Hi, I'm Leather Rock. Surprised. I'm live with Garfield, my kitty. And once again, I've come home and I'm supposed to make food, right? Right, yes. Everybody likes to eat, right? You like to eat? Mm-hmm. Well, I don't think I'm all that complicated. I don't think it's too hard to imagine that when you have a skillet set out, it needs to be soaked before it can be used, especially if there has been talk of maybe doing a stir fry. And I thought this was pretty self explanatory that you don't generally use rice cookers by themselves to make stir fries. I suppose you could, but, and this is all the cooked rice that I happen to have in this. What I had left behind that I thought was going to be clean, maybe I expect too much, this big old cast iron skillet here. This actually had been in the refrigerator because it had a hamburger patty and some cornmeal, something or whatever that became bird food today. But because it had a whole bunch of cooked on stuff, it needed to be soaked before it could be, used. And I went out for a handful of hours this afternoon to do a bunch of filming, which I did, and I came home, oh, I'm guessing about a half hour ago, but this was still sitting on the kitchen table. And I'll be honest with you, I'm not sure that I was really necessarily in the mood to cook this whole big production of things, okay? One of the things that we were discussing was cutting up some zucchini and cutting up some sweet peppers or something. Well, it turned out the zucchini was rotten, but there was cucumbers, but I think they're supposed to be saved for salad. Now, these peppers are way hotter than I thought they were. If you guys know your peppers, maybe you can tell me. I thought these were those kind of mild. I thought this was the mildest of the so-called hot peppers. I thought these were the kind of peppers that you can stuff and do things with. But anyway, I got jalapenos and I have those here. And then in this bag here, oh, I got a couple of bagels. I got some poppy seed bagels here. I got some everything bagels in the fridge. But I didn't put any of the meat to thaw out. That said, there are some things that we have that are in cans. Check this out. Now, what I think is really good is their canned pork. But this company, Lakeside, it makes pork and it makes beef. And this is a 24-ounce can. That's 1 pound, 8 ounces. And it has juices in it and it has fat. And this, I'm not a veterinarian or anything, but if you are out of cat or dog food, some of this will substitute in a pinch, even though please be advised, cats need taurine and certain things that only real cat food can provide. So you never want to do a steady diet of people food. But this is very versatile. You can throw this in a whole lot of things. Now, when I did that live stream last night and I used the bean sprouts, I really wish I had cooked them more because it was really annoying chewing and chewing and chewing them when everything else didn't need to be chewed like that. That was kind of getting on my nerve. So, what we have to play with is an unused but cooked potato from yesterday. I have a very small amount of sauteed mushrooms, some oil from that, the small of the cast iron skillets. I love cast iron. These will last for thousands of years, literally. Cast iron skillet that doesn't have any nonstick surface on it, that's only real cast iron. This this will outlast most of the buildings. Okay? But You can't use a big one because it's got a bunch of crap soaking in it. If it had been soaked maybe all the time I was gone, maybe I could do something with it. So 666. Hey, um, it was so weird being on the boardwalk today. Oh, well, thank you. Thank you for tuning in. Sometimes I plan what I'm doing. Like today, when I went out, my goal was to film a bunch of videos. I would have been happy with three. I got more than that. I don't know how many I did, yes, honestly. Yesterday, when I went and filmed, I wanted to do three. I only did two. Um, Today was one of those weird days where I'm a kind of person that I like to film a lot of videos that are concepts. They're talking about a situation, but without necessarily naming names. But it was some things that have been weighing on my heart with respect to the ecosystem that myself and my friends are living in, where so many people are trying to be self employed in a basically in an area where most of what we do is somehow criminalized, where the police they now have a substation in the base of Boardwalk Hall. So no wonder every 10 minutes they're on the boardwalk and they're ticketing people for smoking in public now. They have all these designated no smoking sections. It's, I think, a way to issue more tickets, and they're not ticketing the rich visitors that are spending $1,000 a hand playing poker and are getting comped by the casinos or something. These are people who are either on the fringes of society and are staying hidden because CRETA and the police and the visitors and the families that come here from classy areas don't want to necessarily see homeless people or and yes, anything they can take from you, they will. It is a crime to sleep on the beach. I think that is so ridiculous. What if you say you came here and you spent a whole lot of money in the casinos and you spent things and you got real, real drunk and you decided you would stay some extra days, but they didn't have any, that town was sold out. You couldn't rent a room, right? You were too fucked up and you couldn't drive. So you're thinking there's that big expanse of beautiful, clean beach. Why not lay down there, close your eyes, and sleep? Come on. It's God's free real estate, right? But guess what? They send cops on dune buggies, jeeps, ATVs, whatever kind of vehicles. Anything can drive out there if you're a cop, you know. And they ticket people and they check underneath the boardwalk. Oh, you want to see how Garfield's doing? I'll show you. Oh, they want to see you. I wanna see you. Fuck. Here's how Garfield's doing. Garfield, oh, sometimes he gets in a litter box and he puts all his weight on one side of the box and he dumps the litter because he's not a lightweight cat. So I'm thinking maybe I should put some weights on the side of the box so that because he balances on it or he likes to put his hind legs on or his front paws on or something. And he's real dainty how he lifts his tail up so his tail doesn't rub up against anything. Right? You're such a good boy. But sometimes he plays this game where he'll be purring. Then I pick him up. And then he turns off his purr. How do you think it makes me feel? You ever think about that? Hmm? You ever think about that? Oh. Oh, you gonna complain about me now? You gonna really? The words out of your mouth. Yes, yes, he's a good boy. Oh, am I pissing you off? Am I bothering you? I love my kitty. I'm gonna put you down. Okay. All right, I'll put you down. Gee. And it looks like he doesn't have enough food. Look at that. I'm laying down on a job. I gotta stop this. We had so much in the trash can. And the church, the Spanish church is down making their little racket. You wanna, oh, you know what? They might be winding down now, or maybe they're doing a little bit of, I don't know. Let's listen in. Follow me. Follow me. Thinking of doing was buying a cheap decimal meter of my own and using it to document some stuff. Okay. But then I'd probably have to have my evidence calibrated in a lab or something, you know. And plus, I think I would have to have better recording equipment, you know what I'm saying? So, yeah, those sons of bitches. But I lost track of how many videos I made. Has that church turned their music down at all? The only time they ever lower their volume is occasionally when a cop has managed to actually intervene on our behalf and say, look, that's kind of unreasonable or something. People, I think religion is kind of like race. It's a subject that people are terrified of. People are terrified of offending people. People are terrified of seeming intolerant. People are terrified of seeming like they're depriving anybody of their constitutional rights. But you know something? The more and more I think about it, I feel like as a person who lives in a family who's paying really high rents to live in the ghetto, basically, and yet for the privilege of living a place where you could stick your key in a door and lock it and be insulated from the outside world, we are subject to an awful lot of onslaughts from the outside world, from whether it's the gangs outside or whether it's some people that are in cars being very loud or whether it's some drunk people coming back from a liquor store or whether it could be somebody who happens to be parked here on the block and is making noise or whatever, or whether it's people that broke into an abandoned building nearby, and so there's a lot of noisy foot traffic or whatever. And bottom line, you're making noise 24/7, and it's bothering us. But we have no say in this. We can't do anything about it. When you call the cops, they don't come, and yet every 10 minutes on that damn boardwalk, there's cops there. And I was testing. I don't want to give things away that are future videos that you guys are going to see, but there is just there's such selective enforcement of the law and the rules, and I'm seeing that they're having these now. I don't understand. The city might be going bankrupt. There's not enough money in the budget, right? But oh, Phoenix Princess, hi, boy, you must get up early, huh? I forget that some people actually have responsibilities and have to go to bed at a decent hour. My schedule's so messed up, or I'll sleep maybe twice at night, or my sleep might be something they call biphase, which is maybe if it's an 8 hour stretch of sleep, it's 4 hours, and then I'll get up and I'll do things, and then later on in the day I'll do 4 hours. And it seems I thought I was messed up, but I just am very different than a lot of other people. It's like my mother she craves food as soon as she gets up at night in the morning. I'm not hungry when I first get up. And so keeping her fed so that she can have food in her for her pills and stuff. And me, I try to eat only when I'm hungry. Uh, duh, you know. But I sometimes I can't help but get the feeling that I'm this big screw up, and I need to be more in line with what the rest of the world that's really functioning and really responsible is doing. But then other times I'm thinking, you know what? I've gotten this far in life and I'm still alive and maybe I'm okay. So, and everybody's different. Everybody's body's different. Like I got leg cramps twice yesterday. When I went to bed. Now I had a real busy day. I filmed 3 videos yesterday, and then I did that live stream when I came home, right? And I took a shower like I was looking forward to it. Oh, I felt so nice and clean. I got out of that shower and I went to bed. A couple hours after I fell asleep, and instead of having my computer in my room, I had the computer here in the kitchen. So I didn't have the light from the computer. And plus, I don't sleep totally, absolutely soundly when I'm in a room with my computer because I have what I call a day job. Uh, it's a computer program that it's a company that when they run videos, the more ads get displayed, the counter goes up, and then you could exchange the counter for points. They could be Amazon credits or they can be, different things. I used to do PayPal credits, but I don't want to get in trouble with the IRS. So because they find out if you get more than $600 in a year, then they look at it as an income and they give you a tax form, and nobody wants to attract attention, you know. So that means you have to be really, really, really careful. But I noticed if you get things like Amazon credits or something, that's not the same thing as having money in the bank, even though oftentimes, you can use it the same way. But I find though that when I shop on Amazon, I look at things. I don't necessarily always think the prices are good, except for maybe the Lay's lemon chips. I think I may have seen them for $2.99. But good night, Amanda. Good night, Phoenix Princess. Um, but I seem really disorganized now because I am, because now my mother says that she's fine. I should just cook for myself. And I got to decide what the hell I'm in the mood for. But I went out today with the only goal that I would make some videos and be nice if I could see some friends and stuff. But it was really still kind of bumming me out being on the boardwalk because I was still seeing some people finding ways to make money out there. And meanwhile, the cops are very clear that they would find me heavily if they saw me again. And like I saw one guy, for instance, he was holding doors open for people going in the Tropicana casino, and that's all he was doing. And I know that he was doing it not just because he had nothing better to do, but he was hoping that somebody would eventually tip him. And I'm thinking, there's all these people that are still finding ways to make coin on the boardwalk, and I'm thinking, I don't want to be jealous of a junkie. I don't want to be jealous of a homeless person. I have to check myself because people take for granted the privileges and the comforts that they have that not everybody has. And it's easy to, because it's what you're used to, think, oh, I can never have the hardships of my fellows because I've always had it this way. And life isn't like that. Look at the people having these natural disasters. If North Carolina and Florida and Milton and the earlier the tornadoes and the hurricanes don't tell you something, is that you can't take things for granted and no place is safe. And yeah, especially the no place is safe thing. But you're thinking, can those people catch a break? You work hard on something for like 30 something years and it has everything that you own and a big flood takes it away. And it doesn't seem fair. And here in this town, people are trying to survive, and there's a lot of pressure to basically get rid of a whole class of people. You can't sleep in public anywhere without somebody catching you, and while that doesn't affect me, what if I did fall asleep because I was tired? I mean, I can't tell you how many times I was kicking back watching TV in my room, and I fell asleep through something. I fell asleep through presidential debates. You know, I mean, things that I was looking forward to watching, I might very well fall asleep through it. So if that can happen in my own home, who's to say that it couldn't happen in a public place and I couldn't get a ticket or you couldn't get a ticket? And then and I get very resentful when I see buddies of mine who I would like to think were warned by the same cops that warned me that I can't do this, I can't do this, I can't do that. And yet I see people, like I saw somebody hanging out in front of Hard Rock Casino tonight. That was a place that I was specifically told I couldn't play guitar there. And even one time I was talking to a friend of mine who I hadn't seen in a long time, and we were just hanging out in front. The security guard basically said that whole area. They have video cameras and stuff, and security sees that whole area. It's like a quarter of a city block during which a space that you can't even stand and hang out any length of time. And yet I see other people that are hanging there posing for pictures with tourists and stuff. So how would you feel if you saw all other people around you that were allowed a livelihood and yet you couldn't do what you wanted to do? Wouldn't you be pissed off? Spaghetti squash. That used to be easier to find. I have not seen that in years. That was so much fun. I'm going to try to say that again. Teed orange. Hello, hello, hello. I got another Trump shirt. Woo woo. $4.99 at that dollar store. Can I play guitar now? Well, actually, I want you to see something. I have not played in so long that I have let my nails grow. Right now, if I tried to play my guitar, I could not touch the fingers hard enough against the strings to play it. Um, I was under the impression that I was going to get some kind of gig involving photographs of my hands, and I thought maybe that would be a little side gig. So I was going to grow my nails and maybe paint them and maybe take some pictures and maybe get some coin from that. Since if I cut them off and I take my guitar up someplace, I'm really afraid of the tickets. I mean, on a way, it's almost it feels like a demotion. Um, I really, this, yeah, this definitely. Some people love it. Others are quite afraid of it. Oh, I got something to show you. Oh, that. Oh, ah, yes. Thinking of what I'm going to set this on because not every surface is really what I like to call clean because I'm the only person cleaning and I have a life and there's only one of me. You like eyes? I love eyes. Got this on wish.com and I had to coat it with clear nail polish because, of course, none of these are real anything except for this pentagram. This is real silver, and this ring here, my BFF sent me. This is real sterling silver, and it's a man-made, not garnet, ruby, either ruby or garnet, but it's man-made, whatever it is. But the only thing is, I notice when I wear it for any length of time, it makes the sides of my fingers sore a little bit. It's a shame because I really like it. I think, well, I love the color, and it's now I just got this. It was 89 cents, and I got this on Temu, and it's supposed to be rose gold finish. But what I'm looking at in real life and what I'm looking at the monitor, I can see myself. It looks more gold than the rose gold finish it's supposed to have, but it's some kind of paint, whatever the hell. But because I love cats, I did something really stupid when I was still buying on Wish before I discovered Temu, and now Wish you can get free shipping, but for a while there it cost more for shipping than it actually did for the merchandise. And when you would look at the rings, they would have whatever the ring price was depended on the size. And if you got the very absolute smallest size, that was a cheaper ring. So for some reason, I got a bunch of rings that are a bit too small just because it was the cheapest size. And it's like so fucking stupid. But I did this, and the only place I could wear a six thing, I think I have some half sizes. Because, like, for instance, A lot of these are sevens, but I think this would probably be a 7.5 because the knuckle thing. My fingers change the shape and size through the years. Once you get arthritis, it can swell up some of your joints and your knuckles. It didn't affect this hand, but it did affect this one. And of course, when I broke my hand here, I have a permanent crook in the finger here, and I've got chainmail, what looks like chainmail, inside my hand. So it's like I'm a $6,000 woman, you know. And I put on so much weight this summer. I hate it, but you want to know why? It's because all of a sudden there's this place that has been donating food, and we have been getting access to all these sweets, pies, apple pies. There's two apple pies in my mom's bedroom right now. There was a quarter sheet brownie with chocolate icing on it. All kinds of sweet junk. And I never used to eat all this crap before, you know. And when it's in front of me, it's right there, and it's like, it's my fault. I did this to myself. But it's like, before I was wearing all those crop tops showing off my six pack and stuff. And you notice I haven't been doing that in a while. There's a reason for it. Let myself go, dude. It's like, oh my God. It's like, and then I don't like to eat before filming because then any food I eat, it expands me. It looks like I'm having twins. But I got to figure out what to do with this small amount. Even if I was to fry this up, that's still not very much. That's not a cup of cooked rice, I don't think. But okay, but you can look at it that way too. Is that life's too short to really deprive yourself of things. I want to have as much joy and happiness as I can. And if we're going to, if say the churches underneath us are going to make us suffer anyway, if sometimes they have events where they throw out a table downstairs and they have a bunch of free clothes and they say dig through it, if there's some cute little mini skirts on that table and they're my size, I'm going to take them. Because I mean, plus in this ghetto neighborhood, who's going to wear that hoochie mama shit, really? You know, Um, this is such a weird town. Um, I have been since I came back from New York City. I have not done, with one or two exceptions, I have not done any more inside filming. I've just been filming outside. Um, Even though I know it's the sound is really a challenge, and when it's windy outside, I should really wear a lavalier that's wireless. But all my lavaliers have 6 foot, uh, 6 foot cords on them. And can you imagine my doing a turnaround and I would forget about the cord thing and I would yank the computer off of wherever I have it balanced because I have gotten genius at balancing uh, computers on funny things. Oh, I want to show you guys something. I thought I lost this. I don't want to spoil a surprise because I have a video I shot that tells the story, but I can't wait to try this out. This is rose hip jam. If you've heard of acerola, there used to be a form of vitamin C. You could get these chewable vitamins that were sour. They were like lemonade flavored, but they said acerola cherry. When you grow roses, there's this red bulb behind the rose, and that is loaded with vitamin C. Now, I don't know if you can take any old rose bushes growing along the side of, especially when you've got car exhaust and all that stuff. But if you could, and plus the thorns, let's not forget about the thorns with these roses. But you get a bunch of these rose hips, and I know I could do an internet search and I could find out how to extract, how to cook them or do things. You can obviously make a jam with them, but the only roses I find are growing by the side of roadways and stuff. But I have rose hip oil that I got from The Ordinary that's supposed to have fatty acids in it and supposedly has antioxidants and things which will uh, which might mimic the effects of retinoids in people, but without the sensitivity that a lot of people can't get past that peeling, burning phase, so they don't commit to retinoids. And if you don't allow yourself to go through that, then you'll never really be able to tolerate them, because every time you start using them, they'll start to make you break out and they'll start to peel. And then people will think, oh, that's not acceptable, because how do you put makeup on when you're peeling? Or if you're breaking out, nobody likes the look of that, obviously, but you've got to go through it till your skin adjusts. And it's better to go low and slow rather than do a stronger thing to get quick results, which is usually the mistakes I made using stronger, higher strengths. But now my skin is strong enough that I don't think there's any over-the-counter retinoid that even has any effect on me. So as soon as the ordinary company Decium has their annual 23% off sale, I'm getting the strong retinoid that they have. It's called retinol, not with an OL, but with an AL. And it's supposed to be only for people who can tolerate the prescription strength stuff. Either that or order from Reliable RX and get the real Retin-A. But there was one thing that took. I was getting. I guess it was cystic acne caused by hormonal fluctuations or something. And what finally got rid of my adult acne was this little trial size acne treatment from Paula's Choice. Paula's Choice is a high-end skincare brand. I used to get their retinol. They have a 1% clinical strength. That's their strongest version of the retinol. The only problem is it's $60 for an ounce, which lasts you between 2 and 3 months. And what retinol does, it does a number of things. It increases your cell turnover so that the dead skin cells slough off. And when you wash your face, you get rid of them. Dead skin cells will make your skin dull, will dig in your fine lines and wrinkles and will enhance them. It will inhibit your new young cells from showing through. It will make your complexion uneven. It will make your skin rougher in some places and smoother in others. And retinol will help to refine your skin. It will, but it takes a long time to do this. It's supposed to help with fine lines and wrinkles and supposed to eventually flatten them out. But when I say eventually, I mean eventually. I've been using retinoids for over 5 years, and I get people telling me old and saying that I'm too old to be dressing like a teenager and saying all kinds of hateful things in comments. So if you're going to use my face to see whether this skincare works, I don't want to disappoint you. But I think the people that claim that they're getting really, really impressive results with skincare, I can't swear to you this because I don't know, but I think there's something else besides just skincare going on. Because you can go to a dermatologist and you can get fillers injected, you can get Botox injected. And if you do that, oh, you're going to see dramatic results. If you get the taping, have you heard of the tape and the threads that they can use that actually pulls your skin back? And of course, that's going to improve the look of things. You stretch things out, of course. But then what happens when you take that tape down or you take that thread down? There's things that can be done that cost a pretty penny. But the people that say that it's just skincare, I have so much skincare in my room, put all this shit on my face, sleep in all this greasy stuff, put 2, 3, 4, 5 things, and I still have this resting bitch face. So you know what? And I don't believe I've ever lied on YouTube. I mean, I would lie to save my ass. I'm not suicidal, but I have never knowingly misrepresented myself or lied to any of you because, first of all, I wouldn't want to be scumbag. Second of all, trust is earned. But you can be faithful with skincare. You can be faithful with sunblock. You could wear SPF 50 in the wintertime. You could wear SPF if all you're doing is hanging out in your windows. And guess what? You're still probably going to get lines and wrinkles and have people say things and stuff. So if there's something that actually works that's affordable, I haven't found it. But that said, when you're on a budget, you're going to try to find things as reasonable. Uh, but the thing is, with Botox, there are degrees of using it. And the thing is, when I do my eyebrows, they really do look like this, except they just naturally don't have any color. In order for me to do my eyebrows, I am used to raising my forehead. Some people get Botox so much that you can't move your forehead at all. And if my forehead was that frozen, I would think it would be harder for me to apply my makeup. If I had it just so that I could still lift my forehead, but just not make the extreme motions which cause the muscle contractions, which cause the wrinkles. Because the thing about wrinkles is that we don't produce as much collagen when we get older as we did when we were younger. So the skin that normally would bounce back, like when I touch my skin, like here, let me. You put your finger on your, your skin and put your finger back, it bounces back. But the older your skin is and less collagen you have, when you stretch it, when you affect it, it takes much longer to bounce back. And that's why they always say when you're removing your eye makeup and stuff, say you're using some oil, that's what I use in oil to take your makeup off. It's important to minimize your rubbing and your tugging and stuff because you stretch and you rub and everything, then you do stretch the skin, it won't come back, and then fluid gathers and we get the bags under our eyes and all that stuff. And and I will still read skincare articles. I'm a sucker for any doctor's articles, all the plastic surgeon articles, all these people. I kind of have a little bit of a problem with people that have skincare lines and they look like they're not even 30 years old and they have these anti-aging lines and lines, skincare lines. I'm thinking, what can you possibly know about the subject? You may have a college degree, you may be an MD, but come on. I'm sorry. It's just like when they use a girl that's not 25 as the face of a woman of a certain age's skincare line. She's putting wrinkle cream on her face and she's not 25. That's an insult. You know, it just. I'm sorry. I have no problem with the Kardashian family, but the youngest daughter, she was the face of Estee Lauder for a while, and it just didn't seem like a logical fit to me. But hey, not my business. I don't want to be one of these uh, grouchy women that begrudges another person's success or, oh, you're younger and you're more beautiful and so I'm going to hate you. No, I'm not going to be like that. But I'm just saying that some casting should make sense. Okay, I'm going to spill this if I'm not careful. I did this yesterday. I spilled my cat's food. I'm going to give him another spoonful of food, okay? I'm going to be right back. Don't go any. Got food for him. I wanted you to see my baby. I want you to see a good boy. I want you to see a good boy. Look, see my baby? Say hello. Garfield. See, he is, he stays there on my bed now. And so he doesn't get my area dirty. He doesn't get it germy or anything. I'm going to plug this back in. Now, I should think about what the heck I'm going to. His name is Garfield. Orange cat, good. Very good. I am very happy that I ultimately did get him because I had my eye on that cat, but I thought that it was going to have to be when I finally got my school bus and I was ready to I'd already got it tricked out and stuff, and I was finally ready to leave town. And I figured what I was going to do is I was just going to pluck him off the street, put him in my bus, get the hell out of town. And if anybody was missing an orange cat, oh well, I didn't give a damn. I wasn't going to have him checked for a microchip or anything. But when I picked him up and discovered that he was ragdoll cooperative, and realizing that all these people in this neighborhood knew that he was friendly, um, they could have taken him in when it was cold and stuff, and they didn't bother. Oh, Amanda Bennett, you just said you scrub your face with a rubber scrubby thing. I have them. You talking about the thing that has a handle on it that looks like those things that people attach to their cell phones so they can hold them like a ring? And it's like about this big, and they're made of rubber, and they have a nice texture on them. I got 2 packs at Dollar Tree a couple years ago, and you can put cleanser on them, and you can, like, I couldn't use it with my braids because that would snag the hair here. I absolutely have to take this out. Maybe sometime this week I'll take out. See, it would be nice if I could have my hair dyed in time for my birthday, and I'm still trying to find something to do for that. And I don't want to give away the date because everybody's afraid of identity theft and all that stuff. But let's just say my birthday's in between Halloween and Election Day. Okay. And don't try to guess. I mean, you can guess, but I don't want a bunch of comments about that of a conjecture. Well, actually, you can. I'm not going to deprive anybody of free speech, but I don't want to come right out and say what the day is because, like I said, that's a piece of information that once it's out, people can misuse it and stuff. And, once I'm rich and famous, it won't matter because everybody will know everybody's birthday. But I still am trying to find something to do. I still have to. I don't want to screw up with voting. I might vote early this year. They're saying that in the state of New Jersey, you could start voting on the 26th of this month. I just might do that. That way, I've gotten my voting obligation out of the way. The only thing is, I will have to make sure that the only Trump stuff I'm wearing is a hat. So I take that off before I go in my polling place because I believe it's against the federal law to wear anything remotely considered to be electioneering inside a polling place. So you can't wear your MAGA hat, you can't wear your t-shirts. And so many times I'm wearing a lot of MAGA stuff. I have 2 pairs of Trump socks. You know, you can be wearing a lot of stuff all the way observed. Any cat you take off the street saves birds. 15 amen. Well, okay. Well, you know what? Almost all of the cats I've ever gotten, I have found on the street. I think my mom has gone to shelters. My Cassie, the deaf cat, she was inside outside cat that lived in the garden. And when her original owner OD'd and they took her body away, they took the cat and took the cat to a shelter. And I got wind about this, so I called around to find out where maybe this cat was. And I had pictures with the cat. So I was able to take a bus to the shelter and get Cassie. And you guys know that story if you saw those videos, because if you look enough, and they're all on my cat uh, playlist. The story how I had all these cats. What's for dinner? Okay, that's where I guess I got to start getting on the gear. Now, here's the first thing I'm going to do is okay. I think I may have to wash a few dishes. This sucks. Okay, here's where I'm going to have to go for this because that sink is too scuzzy there. So I'm actually washing dishes here. And this kind of Here, don't anything to fall in the toilet. Uh, oh, all right. I'm going to wash a few things. Okay, I'm just going to throw some things together. Mushrooms that I can slice and saute. They don't even need to be thawed out. Actually, they would thaw out in less than 10 minutes because they're individually packed. You know, when I'm around the house, I get the feeling like all I do is work. Oh, oh. Um, I'm trying to talk one of my neighbors into getting his. He has some cats, and he hasn't fixed them. They're young cats. He offered them to me, but the thing is, I don't know how Garfield would react with another cat. The only cat that I know I've seen him be friendly with, there's this heart-nosed cat that I haven't seen. I'm trying to think if there's anything else. Needs to wash. Okay, I'm gonna set this someplace. I want to think of what else I should wash in here. Uh, okay, I'm gonna bring this in. I don't want to leave that saucepan on the stove too long because I have to get into it because you know mice don't just nibble on things. They leave deposits. We don't want that. Uh but yeah, before I left to go and do my filming and stuff today, I was doing hand laundry. I was cooking stuff for her. I had to make a pot of coffee. I had to just do a whole bunch of chores, right? Just, part of living someplace. And then I come back from being outside and again, have to do all this stuff. And just sometimes it seems like I can never catch a break, you know, never catch my breath. I go and treat myself to a nice hot shower. And I go to bed and then I get leg cramps. And, oh my God. And I'm glad I finally found I have these homeopathic pills by Dr. Highlands or Highlands is the brand name. And you stick them under the tongue. They're a sublingual pill. And you take up to 3 of them at a time. And now, when I was camped out in Wildwood on the beach for the second Trump rally, I got leg cramps 3 or 4 times that night. Oh my God. And I had to get a hold of my friend who actually had my pills in her car or her hotel room or whatever. But you know what? I learned a valuable lesson to always have those where I access them so that I always can grab them when I'm sleeping. Because you know, it does work right away when you take them. But unfortunately, it doesn't mean you won't get cramps a few minutes or a few hours later. You know, I was thinking of one of these days actually seeing a doctor and getting blood levels checked or something. But I read an article about magnesium, find out that it's not only 5% of it is in the blood, so blood levels are not an adequate way of detecting it. So if that's the case, I don't know how I would go about finding out how levels are of what arguably might be a way to prevent them, but I don't want to experiment on myself because that could have implications for the heart and stuff. And my mother has heart failure, AFib, she's got a Watchman implant. So I have heart disease in my family tree. And I have it on both sides of the family too, because some people on my father's side had heart attacks. So, even though I don't have the obesity that she and the women in my family had, still, when you have certain risk factors, you don't want to make it worse. Okay, I'm going to put this. Okay. I poured my mother the last of the coffee. Okay, Amanda Bennett says, I read that blood type has a lot to do with heart issues too. Do I think that's true? I don't know. I'm type O positive. My mother is, I'll find out what she is. Hold on. So my mother, according to her, she has the same type. My brother has the same type. I have the same blood type, and so did my father. We're all O positive. Now my father, he didn't have heart disease. He got cancer. What got him? My brother, he's got epilepsy, uh, and bipolar stuff. But I didn't know we were all the same blood type. But I better improve my diet, man. I'm just. And the thing is, I was looking at different Asian uh, menus, thinking I got to learn how to cook some of these things. Did you know you eat duck tongue? I wonder how that's made. I bought a beef tongue before, but it wasn't to eat; it was to do some witchcraft. It was a necessary thing that had to be done. But I would imagine if okay, if we like hamburgers and we like steak, then I would guess cow tongue would taste good too. You just probably stew it a long time if we're talking food now. So duck tastes good, right? Like duck. So I would imagine a duck tongue would taste good too. Just like skins can taste real good, like eel skin. Any of you like sushi, eel skin, and you have this kind of gravy, a brown gravy they put on it. Oh, it's so good. You ever have the kind of sushi that has eel skin and avocado and that brown gravy? And I don't know what else they have. Oh, it's so good. And they have in the casinos, they have these high end sushi places, and I love to look. They have happy hours, right? And uh, and I'm thinking, is there anything going on for my birthday? But again, I'm looking for ideas. One of my homeless buddies is talking about getting a room on the day of my birthday, and it wouldn't be in a casino, but it would be one of those hotels up in the Midtown area, kind of near resorts, but nicer than that one room that he and Fuzzy got last year, the year before that a bunch of us stayed in and stuff. And but that guy Fuzzy, that guitar player, he I don't know if he's in jail or what, but he's not in town anymore. But the thing is, he has um, supposedly had a place to go in southern Florida and also somewhere in New Jersey in the Pine Barrens, kind of near Millville or something. I don't know. But my only beef with that guy was that he continued to play guitar on the boardwalk when the cops kicked me off. And when I'm going to make a pot of tea, all right? Because I'm really thirsty and I'm not drinking enough liquids, I'm sure. And oh, look who's here. Garfield, the baby. My baby. Oh, you're my baby. Oh, you running away from Garfield? I have food for you. Garfield, look, Garfield. Hey, I got the food for you. Come on. He's like, I'm sick and tired of your shit. Come on, baby. I got food for you. I got food for a cat. Look what I got. Look what I got. Food for you. No, 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 no. Got food. You got food. Yes, you got food. You got food. Oh, that's right. Walk away. Makes no sense. I have right now the computer is balanced on the rice cooker. Okay. Yes, eel sushi melts in your mouth. Absolutely. Garfield. Let's see what kind of tea I'm gonna. Oh, I better turn this off. I have a special way that I make tea. Well, I make coffee kind of a special way too. These are the pouches. You've seen me make coffee before, right? I take the coffee filter and I measure two very well rounded scoops of coffee in this, staple it together, measure out 10 cups of water, and that's how you get 10 cups, a 10-cup pot. And I use a 10-cup pot because you figure these coffee cups are really big. They're like 15 ounces, a mug like this, and some are even bigger. Like, you want to see a big mug? I'll show you a big mug. I can't use this. I can't fill this up with dry rice and put it in that rice cooker because that is too big. Now, as far as tea goes, I have a bunch of boxes of tea in my room, and I put a few. There's some different flavors, and these are not the herbal teas. These are the teas that actually have. How much Hello Kitty stuff do I have? Actually, I have some that I was considering selling so I could pay my storage. I have a Hello Kitty pipe. I have some Hello Kitty tub rugs, like for, when you step out of the bath tub. Sometimes there's a rug that you put your wet feet on. I have a Hello Kitty, one of those. I have a bunch of, I'll tell you what, I have a video under in my playlist, I think about collections or something, but I have a video about my Hello Kitty collection. I got a few more items of clothing too that I got. How's about I make some of, okay, there's this, and keep in mind, this is supposed to be for a cup, make a whole pot out of these. People waste too much tea. You think this is a cup? If you're lucky, 2 cups. One of these will fill a whole pot. You guys are making your tea by the cup or doing it all wrong. Okay, I'll do the Darjeeling. I'll show you what you do. Save you a lot of money. Take this, put this in your pot. Okay. How much tea do you think a tea bag will get you? 4 cups? Six cups? 8 cups? How's about 10 cups? You get 10 cups out of a tea bag? Nah. 11 cups? Almost 12 cups. Let's see. Let's see how much tea you can get out of a tea bag. You see a person do this, you may never look at a tea bag again, same way. I'm real thirsty. That's just 10 ounces. Now, what I do is I refill them with tap water. Atlantic City, New Jersey has, or at least did have, award-winning tap water that was the least offensive. Spore print. I like lemon juice and sugar or sweetener of some kind. Um, as far as companies that pre-make their tea, I love Arizona. I love every brand. I mean, if you like tea, you like tea. Oh, I just found out if anybody likes Snapple peach iced tea, I love that stuff. One of my mother's friends who sometimes makes us jams and jellies and stuff, she sent us some peach syrup that can be used in all kinds of baking and desserts and different things, and you could add that to tea. I'm thinking, wow. But still, I'm looking forward to trying this. But let me think of what else I could get out of the freezer. Uh, oh, yeah, this is going to take a while since I got it out of the freezer. This is guacamole. Oh, I love guacamole. I have, unless it's gotten moldy, I got some sourdough bread on my mother's uh ironing table of all things. You know, they make really great tables. Sometimes they have them in hotel rooms, and you get out, open up your ironing table, and you have an extra table, and it's at a very convenient height because you can adjust them to wherever is most convenient. Like, for instance, they're really great to set a computer on for a stand-up desk. I have used them to set up shots in those casino rooms. And by the way, if my buddy does get a hotel room the morning of my birthday, supposedly can be checked in or gotten in 10 in the morning. Now, I didn't know that you could check in at 10 in the morning. Maybe flea bag hotels you can. And I'm not saying it would be a flea bag, but it's definitely not going to be a fancy casino. Unless somebody else wants to get a casino room. I don't know. I don't know who's doing what, but I'm just saying that was put out there. If there's Wi-Fi, I would love to be doing live streams. Because why not, right? Honey baby 23, hi. Honey baby. That sounds like I would like honey baby. Sounds like something I would call my cat. Oh, hi honey baby. My honey baby. Oh, let's say you're my kitty baby. Let me see a kitty baby. Look at the kitty baby. I got kitty baby. I got Garfield. Oh, Garfield and orange baby. Yes, I got an orange baby. I never had orange baby before. I just had Orange Man. Orange Man. I have an Orange Man who, well, he's not my man. He's a man that I'm going to vote for. But I don't have a whole lot of experience with orange. This is my first orange cat. What do you think? What? What? Mm-hmm. Okay, I'll put you down. Why? It's very particular. Here you go. Uh, this is seeming really disorganized, isn't it? Love to jump back and forth between the two hotel beds. Um, do you ever have an experience where you realize you don't know your friends that well, and maybe some you might even start to look at them like, I find you intriguing. But then you get to know them better, and you discover that that's a crack pipe sticking out of their pocket. And their idea of party doesn't just involve little airplane bottles, but full size booze bottles. And then you realize that, boy, I know that not every homeless person is alike, but some people you look at and you're thinking, boy, maybe I know why you're still on the street. And I don't ever seem like I'm judging because I've been homeless, okay? And I know that every person's situation is different and not all of them are mental. Sometimes it's a combination of things are just too expensive. And there can be so many mitigating forces and exacerbating forces. And, like, for instance, if you end up having to escape domestic violence and you don't have savings and somebody ripped you off and the economy's messed up and rents are high and crime is gone up, there can be a convergence of forces. And that's why so many people are moving back in with family members now. And look at the people that are going through these natural disasters. Can you even imagine the people living in the South? I was starting to think, as much as I want to go back to California, had been thinking, oh, Florida. I'm hearing so many good things about Florida and other places in the South. I'm thinking I get my bus. I'd like to spend some time down there. But then I'm thinking about the flooding and what happened to those people in Appalachia and the people that are not even dug out yet, that are the bridges washed away and the power's out. And if it wasn't for Elon Musk setting up Starlink things, and people, their homes are gone, and people, they couldn't get out of there were bars on their windows and they couldn't get out unless somebody pulled it out from the outside. People were trapped. I just, to be down there. Maybe it's not safe there either. You have a tornado when you're having a hurricane, and your hurricane, you don't want the flooding, right? So you're going up higher, but with a tornado, you want to go down, and you can't go into a basement because the basement would have been flooded. I mean, what kind of choices did those people have to make? And the people who, for whatever reason, didn't take their pets with them when they left, and then they came back looking for their animals. One good thing I understand now, a lot more shelters need to take pets. We never have evacuated during any storms we had here, and the main reason was not having a vehicle and Red Cross shelters never allowing pets. But I don't know that they all have to, but a lot more of them do than used to. So when you think of all the poor people, and I imagine there's got to be a few poor people in Florida, if they didn't have a vehicle, how were they supposed to evacuate? What happens when people live in barrier islands? Atlantic City is on a barrier island. What if you can't afford to get you and your stuff out? It's just like the people that lived in some of the lower lying areas in New Orleans that couldn't afford to evacuate. And it took weeks and weeks and weeks to get help to those people. And a lot of it was along economic lines that if you're poor, you can't afford to get out. So, but there's poor people everywhere. And if you're in places with dangerous weather patterns, how the heck do you safeguard yourself and your stuff? And if you don't have a vehicle, how do you get out? Stay away from California. Um, California, I do have some unfinished business there. First of all, when 9/11 happened, I had a film career that I was pretty happy with. I wasn't famous or anything. I was doing 5 lines or less acting and stuff. And I have two storages of my possessions that are right across from Capitol Records. That's on Hollywood Vine. Approximately, it's actually Vine Street between Hollywood and it's real close to the 101 freeway. And but this major national chain bought out Hollywood Bowl Self Storage, and they made it a national chain. And a couple times a year, they have price increases. And the first storage unit I got when I escaped a domestic violence situation. The guy was not going to allow me get my stuff out of there. In order for me to escape, I had to sneak my stuff out and on my way to work, and I would put it in the storage thing. So that's how I got the first unit. The second unit, I was living someplace for over 6 years, and when I finally moved, I had accumulated a lot more stuff, and so I had to get the second unit. And what I really need to do is go back out there and consolidate the two units into one. There's things I can send to certain people. There's things I could sell. There's things I could give give away. And if I can get it all down to one unit, I will cut my storage rent in half. Uh, for some people, California is kind of a place you have to be. I am a showbiz person. I need to be in an environment with musicians and actors and artists and all that stuff. I love the weather out there. I love the variety of single people. If you're a single person and you want to be around other people, there's people out there. There's weather. Um, there's good food of every cuisine you want. There's people of every nationality you like. There's all different kinds of Asian cultures, all kinds of Asian food. There's a Thai town. There's Chinatowns. There's restaurants that are open past 2 in the morning. Not a lot, but there are some. Um, but there's also bad things like you have district attorneys that will not prosecute crimes. There is letting people get away with stealing as long as it's just under $1,000, and they go and they do smash and grabs and they do looting and all kinds of things like this. They're pulling people out of cars in broad daylight. They're following rich people to their homes and robbing them. They are stabbing people who are sleeping on the streets, and this happened to a friend of mine and twice. They are robbing people in broad daylight. There are things that are going on there. Plus, it's very unaffordable unless you really have the money for those. I know this. And unfortunately, there are so many good things about it as far as if there's people, if you say you don't relate to the normals in your little hick hometown and the people you can't really date because nobody has any style and there's nobody you have anything in common with them and everybody hates Trump, even though out there half the people hate Trump too. But there's just, at least there's lots of things like Rockstar, Father's Day, A Night at the Roxy, oh, just so many, Roxbury rather. Just so many things, so many things. I have stacks of film vouchers, and whenever you work on something, they feed you, and they pay you. And in those days, I could send my checks to my parents, and they would deposit it in their bank, and they would send me cash in the mail, hidden in a card. And you never lost your. The only time you lost your money is if it was sent to somebody's house and somebody ripped you off there. But if it was sent to your PO box, and I had a PO box until 2002. I kept a PO box in Los Angeles. So I have my storage is my last real Hollywood ties. Of course, if I don't get out there till I'm in my 80s and I look every bit 80 something, then what kind of work am I going to get? I don't, that would be really sad to think about because but then again, there's things like Botox and fillers and stuff like that. And if I can do something so I can get the work that I want out here, I think I've shot the loads there is to shoot out here. Trying to be self-employed here. I mean, one thing the cops can't do to me here, they can't take me off of my YouTube channel. Um, the reason why I want to get the schoolie is if I get a used school bus and I take out most of the seats and I make it into the kind of RV that would be my dream house, or a cheap version of, because I've seen some RVs that are a couple $1,000,000. They have room for a sports car that it can drive out of it. I mean, but then again, I look at a Greyhound bus. That would be the size I would really like to make a house out of. But then again, can you imagine driving something that big? Now, if you've driven trucks before, then okay, that's nothing to you. You think that you could do that in your sleep. I've never driven anything but a sports car in my life, and I haven't driven since before 9/11. So it's been a long time since I've been behind a vehicle of any kind. Uh, and part of the reason why I don't drive is because I don't have a license anymore. I had a car one time, and bad boyfriend number one stole my car. And, and I thought he was in the mafia, so I didn't call the cops on him because, you don't snitch out mafia people, right? You guys are over 21, right? I don't want to corrupt the youth of America or Afghanistan or China or Iran or any place. But 9/11 traumatized me. Not in the way that it would have been if I had lost a family member directly. But even though I was in California when it happened, I was so sure of my safety. Oh, we have big oceans. Nobody can get at us unless they come through the south or the north or something. But took away our sense of safety. I wish I could feel the high off of these things. Okay, gotta work about getting some kind of food going on here. Okay, let me loosen up this rice and see. This is not very much. Bend this down. Garfield, little baby. What it is you're saying here? I like to live in RMV and travel. Yeah, I think I'm definitely going to live stream for my birthday as long as I where there's Wi-Fi. I wish the signal was strong going all the way up and down the boardwalk. Like in front of the casinos, you can get a decent signal. But up and down the boardwalk, even though there's supposed to be boardwalk Wi-Fi, I've never been able. I think a couple years before the pandemic, I was able to say start a video live stream in a casino hotel room. Say I have some friends coming from out of town. They get a room because they like to gamble. They say, do YouTube in our room, right? Then, because they get a couple of drinks in them, they get mischievous, right? They say, let's go down to the casino floor. And of course, I'm hiding past security because you're not supposed to film on the casino floor, right? And I'm filming until I get to the boardwalk. And then, if you're lucky, you still have a signal and you can be talking and showing stuff and you're walking down the boardwalk to the next place. But now the signal seems to go away when you're on the boardwalk. Here we got all these um, dispensaries, so many marijuana dispensaries, and they're so fucking strict about the photo ID bullshit. And I still don't have ID. I'm having a hard time. There's like an 8-point system or a 6-point system of documents you need. And one of the things I have is official paperwork pertaining to my residency, because it would be easy if my name was on certain bills and stuff. But for my own protection, it's not, because then I'd be in deep doo doo, especially considering that my main livelihood is taken away from me. And I'm so resentful of that. But I don't want to get ahead of myself because I have videos that I did yesterday and today you guys haven't seen yet. And, you know, where did my lungs go? Where do you go? Oh, this. Oh, this. Oh, look what I got. Look what I got. A kitty. I got a kitty. I got a baby. Oh, what? Am I bothering you? Am I bothering you? Oh, am I bothering my baby? What, you like? Leave me alone, man. What? It's okay. Look at the baby. Look at my baby. And my baby. I got baby. I got baby. Yes, I'll put you down. Okay. Okay. And I got your fur in my mouth. Thanks a lot. Hey, look at this cup of tea. No, I'm gonna. Dr. Oz always says dunk it like 100 times. Mm, 20. I always do it 100 times. Actually, I do it 108 times because some people think that's a lucky number. I like nines better than eights, though. But you'll find that will make it look darker than this. And this particular coffee maker, it doesn't shut it off after 2 hours. It actually doesn't shut off unless you shut it off. Every coffee maker seems to be different. But, so, whoops. Okay. This is Darjeeling. Now I'm gonna wash my hands. Those vape pens are really harsh. Okay, I'm moving that because water was getting underneath the coffee maker. Oh, gonna have to clean this knife. Let me get the thing. Excuse me, baby. Baby. Okay. Don't demonetize me. This looks sadistic. But I've got a knife because I'm gonna have to cut and well rinse and cut some fresh mushrooms. Let's see. Oh, I'm thinking of doing something with these bean sprouts, assuming they're not going to be hard like those bean sprouts that I cooked yesterday, and the bean part of them just never softened up. Dr. Oz was Wizard of Oz, both good men. What's my yes, I love White Zombie, and Nine Inch Nails. And as far as I try not to listen to too much in the way of current music because I have my own musical ideas and I would really like to do something with that. But I do like Greta Van Fleet and I like the Hawthorne Heights two albums that I heard. Have you ever seen bean sprouts like this before? Uh, I love classic rock bands like Kansas and Boston. I love 80s hair metal, glam metal. I so my tastes tend to be very heavy rock. I love, as far as dance music goes, I love techno, house. Um, if you've ever been to the paint parties where you dress in white and they squirt paint on you and you dance to techno, one time I got to see DJ Steve Aoki, uh, and I love the music. Yeah, Ohio is for lovers, and if only you were lonely. Hawthorne Heights played in Atlantic City's House of Blues. We don't have a House of Blues anymore, unfortunately. When the Showboat stopped being a casino, that's where our House of Blues was. And the Showboat is just a boutique hotel that they were going to offer some of the rooms as dormitories for Stockton University, formerly Stockton State College. But then they realized that college kids really should not be living that close to casinos when gambling is addictive enough behavior and you can be a college person that's not old enough to even be on a casino floor and say you're an underclassman dating somebody who is over 21, then that could create a lot of temptations and legal problems and everything. So that's why they decided the casino area was really not a great place for student housing. But when we had the House of Blues, um, that was a great place to see shows. And they had an upper area, a balcony area. There was seats, but the ground floor was standing only. And uh, I have a one of the things that I hate about my town is that they have unfair laws for the buskers that if I wanted to take my guitar back on the boardwalk, they don't let me be close to my home where I could be near a casino Wi-Fi signal so I could live stream. I started playing guitar on the boardwalk. I went in front of the Hard Rock Casino. After 4 days, the police kicked me off there. So I went in front of Ocean Casino. Just me and a little dreadnought acoustic guitar, okay? Not causing any trouble, not coming up to people saying, "Want to hear a song?" Like some of the people I know do. I stand, put the hat in front of me, play, keep to myself, you know. But the cops kept on chasing me around and stuff. The year after the pandemic, like last year wasn't bad, but then all of a sudden they started cracking down, and now it's like they're accusing all the music people they're as bad as the beggars, and they're saying even if you get your license, you have to be clear up by resorts in a very concentrated area where and there's too much noise, and if you're not amplified, you can't be heard, you know. And and I was, yeah, 4 days in a row. Uh, I'm the kind of person I approach if I'm busking outside. I approach that the same as if I was when I was a stage dancer. I had dance jobs and I loved dancing so much that I would do it 7 days a week. And when I got my club closed, I would go to the Rainbow Bar and Grill and I would hang out where there was a dance floor. And of course, there was also all kinds of party favors because it was the Sunset Strip, and it was, a time. It was pre 9/11 world. 9/11 just it was a boom line in the sand that really, I will say in a very vulgar way, fucked with a lot of people's heads. Okay, it really affected people seriously. Um, I'm gonna have some of that tea because my throat's a little raw from vaping all this harsh uh, stuff that I don't feel is getting me high. I mean, I think it must be that Delta 8 stuff. I have a video uh, coming up where I actually did a blind review of that vape pen coming up. If any of you happen to be cannabis enthusiasts and like a casual dive into some of the products and how good they work with our brain. So I've been going out of my way to do a lot of filming that I would normally do in studio and just doing things outside. J Rod, yes, 9/11 really messed up the party designer drug scene. Uh, I was kind of on that scene on the West Coast. I'm not gonna lie. Um, and one of the effects, see, 9/11 happened September 11th. Then my birthday happened around Election Day. Okay, so about 2 weeks after my birthday was actually when I got clean off of the chemicals. And I'm glad I quit when I did then because can you imagine liking those kind of drugs now with fentanyl on the scene? I'm glad I got out when I did. And I got out when I did because I was starting to have memory problems and I was thinking maybe I had done some brain damage because and let's face it, when you're partying like that, you're guinea pigging. You're using your body. You don't know what it is you're taking, and you're basically donating your body to science, is what you're doing. And, uh, but I have all my videos arranged in playlists. And the thing is, I probably smoke weed in about half of my live stream. But I always say, look, I'm in a fully legal state. I'm over 21 and I do not intend to corrupt the morals of anybody, but I'm willing to expand your mind And if you happen to be watching me from another less free country, this is a taste of freedom. Not always a taste of wisdom, but this is a taste of freedom. You know what I just did? I spilled cat food again. Look what I gotta do. I gotta clean the cat food. Damn it. Look what I did. I made a mess. It's nobody's fault. Um, that's right. Now, of course, what we all used to say was free white and over 21. And I understand talk like that is frowned upon in 2024. But you know what? It wasn't set to be racist, it wasn't set out of hate. It was said by people who were white people, largely were often people whose families have been in America since the 1600s, such as my family. You know, my grandma belonged to Daughters of the American Revolution. She lived in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Family lived around there for years and years and years and years and years. Um, she's no longer with us now, but there were real matter of fact people. A lot of farmers in my family. People would say things like, "You got to eat a bushel of dirt before you die." You know, kind of no nonsense people. You know. Oh, oh, this cat food. If I don't pick it up, I'm gonna just step on it. Don't want to do that. Oh, man. There's got to be more to life than picking up messes. Sometimes I feel like I'm a housewife. I'm not married. I don't have kids. But there I am doing all this drudgery, and I'm not getting paid for this. I have a roof, okay, and I'm grateful. Don't get me wrong. But damn, what's the Beyonce conspiracies? Uh, you know, since you brought up Beyonce, okay, she's not an ugly woman. I like Destiny's Child, you know, when they were all together. But once she started advocating all this woke stuff and like by the time she put out Lemonade, I deliberately well, I was already working on my music by then, and I did not want any current musical influences, especially anything of the urban contemporary or hip hop genres, because when I put my record out, it is going to be a white girl's record that sounds like it was made in the 80s or something. Okay. That's going to be the vibe I'm going for. So I think it's very important for me to avoid current musical influences. I can listen to something that I heard growing up as a kid. I can listen to techno. I can listen to classical. I can listen to country. But I don't want to listen to things that are not like myself because I don't want to pollute what I'm going to put out, if that makes any sense. Plus, at this point in life, I'm tired of having been under the influence. I want to start doing some influencing of my own. You know? I mean, does it sound arrogant to say that? I'm just being honest how I feel. Okay, I want to check this pot to make sure no mice have been in here. Because unfortunately, sometimes the only way you can tell if mice have been at something, even if they haven't nibbled it, you got to check for turds. And if there's anything that looks like little black rice, then you know that you got to dump everything out because you don't want to cook rice turds. I know that's a disgusting thing to say, but I'm just, again, being honest. Okay, this is not a turd. All right, now I'm going to take this stuff here, and I'm going to put this on a plate. You know what? I don't want to. I have to be careful how I touch this computer because some of it I sanitized, other parts of it I don't know that how possible that. And I remember I'm also balanced on the top of a rice cooker. So, but what I want to do is take everything that was on here, put it on a plate so that I can eventually do something with this little frying. Yeah. Now it's time for me to cut up and wash some mushroom. And there, just plain white mushrooms. Uh, no, I don't have nobody. The world doesn't know I exist except for here. Um, when I started busking, I was only doing instrumental stuff, but people started asking me to sing. And as I started getting a little bit better, I started not doing other people's stuff, but just messing around, inventing songs just to sing to tourists and stuff. And some of those songs I worked on, and I made little songs that I would break out when my drunk friends would show up and stuff. And I think if you look on whatever playlist they would be on, I think you might see here on YouTube some of those stupid little songs or something. But a lot of times people complain that they didn't hear me really well on the videos because it was more important for me to be heard for the people outside because I was busking and trying to make coin. And the computer just has a built-in mic. I'm just using a computer and its webcam. And I was probably a good 12 feet from the computer because I was standing out onto the boardwalk, you know, and the hat was at my feet so that people could donate if they wanted. And rinse off some mushrooms, put them in the trainer, and then saute them. And there's no organization to what I'm doing tonight at all. You know that, right? Imagine if I was actually stoned. Oh, I have a video coming up where I let a friend talk on camera, and I just need you to know something. Occasionally, I will film people who might be my friends, and they may say things which you probably know are not things that I would say. And I hope you know that everybody's responsible for their own opinions and the things that they say. And they might possibly say things or stand for things that are not necessarily what my channel is about, but I do believe in free speech. But I don't think I needed to say that. But I'm just saying, if you see some interesting videos in the future and you see people saying things that you're surprised that they'd be on my channel, but you know what? My friends are my friends, and people are going to say what they have to say, and they're responsible for it. I mean, they're not. They didn't get me in trouble or anything, but you know, sometimes people say some interesting things. I'm sure I could cut up more than this, but it's a really small pan. You see, I've got 4 mushrooms, and don't do this at home. We used to have so many more knives and things, but I think when a certain other person that normally lives here helped us clean in the kitchen a couple months ago, a lot of things were thrown out. So, and we didn't know that at the time. Plus, we were grateful for the help cleaning, frankly. You know, when somebody who normally doesn't lift a finger because he's not home too much finally decides to help with the cleaning, you're grateful for the help. Doesn't really come in here too much because he has his own microwave, and so he doesn't really use the facilities. He has his own bathroom, so he's celebrating his birthday over a week. Okay. Mushrooms, no matter what I do. Um, pro Trump song. I would like to uh speaking of mushrooms, I would not be averse to taking mushrooms on my birthday. But like it would be fun in a group setting, or maybe there are some people that say that they would like to have a beach party at night. But the thing is, there's always a chance of having problems with the cops, you know? And did you know that we technically have a curfew at 11 o'clock at night? Plus, can you imagine it would be a bit chilly by then? And what if somebody gets really, really drunk and decides to take their clothes off and go take a really cold swim or something? I wouldn't put it past some of the people I know. I don't like being cold when I'm tripping on psychedelics. But I lived in San Francisco for a while and I used to take LSD and I've taken mushrooms there and stuff. And fog rolls in and it's really damp and it's a kind of dampness deep into your bones. And when you're tripping, you know, but now there there is you can get mushrooms at some of the dispensaries. I think I need to cut more. uh, but unless I cut my nails off. there's no way I can play decent chords on the guitar. But I was going to do the nails today, by the way. Maybe tomorrow. I don't know. The idea is to have a bunch more braids videos, and then I can start taking my hair out. And I'm thinking I can start taking the hair out maybe on a live stream because it takes a while. It really does. The hair can get tangled up and it's real knotted up and stuff in the back. It's really dreaded. It'll probably take 2 weeks to take my hair out. You know? And then it sucks. And when I take a shower, I have to put a plastic bag over my hair so I don't get it wet. Because when I take my hair out, I love that real big look, you know? No, who's playing here around my birthday? Lenny Kravitz is playing here, and Chicago's playing here. But the thing is with Lenny Kravitz, there's like 3 songs of his that I know I like, and there's a lot of songs that I think are boring. And he's hot and everything, but it doesn't make sense to see a band if there's only 3 songs you like. But I like those ads where he's riding the horse in the Bahamas. He's got the right white horse and he's got the long dreadlocks stuff, and I think he's got the shirt off. I mean, what could go wrong with that? I, so I could either film some more videos tomorrow afternoon or morning and afternoon, or I could take tomorrow off. But I mean, if it's a weekend and it's going to be nice out, I should go and try to do something, right? Okay, this should be enough. Garfield. Oh, with cats, you know that mushrooms are poisonous for cats. So never let any mushroom stay on the floor, falls down if you've got cats. And it might be dangerous for dogs too. I don't know. Stained. That the singer, is that the no, I'm thinking of the Doe Tree, Chris Doe Tree. That's Stain, the singer is Jewish, right? And I think I read some articles about he's got. I love that. Is he the guy that did the covered Simon and Garfunkel's "Sound of Silence"? I was really impressed with that. That guy can seriously sing. Of course, you know what else I like as far as I guess current music, Lip Biscuit. That I have very happy memories of being on ecstasy and also of being on amphetamines and watching a combination of amphetamines and marijuana and watching a meteor shower in a little town called Paris, California. It's in the desert. You ever watch? And that's where you want to see a meteor shower because you've got no light pollution, and it looks like giant popcorn light in the sky. It's just mind blowing. If you've never seen a meteor shower, you want to see a meteor shower. Um, yeah, I've never seen Chicago live. I've seen Chicago tribute bands play, I used to go to in the Golden Nugget Casino here in town. They had this thing called Flashback Fridays. Every Friday night, it was a free show, different classic rock bands and stuff. And then when they moved it from the showroom to this room that used to be a series of nightclubs, then they started carding people, everybody, and charging $10 for bands you used to see for free, and then make it a Friday and Saturday. And like once the pandemic happened and they discovered the bands that used to play the free Flashback Fridays thing were charging $10 and $20 in other clubs when you had to socially distance and wear a mask and everything. And I'm thinking, if you have to do all that, and it means you can't be social when you're in a public setting. And it seems to me that that defeated the whole purpose of being. When I go out in public to see a club or to be out in public, it's because I want to be social. I want to see and be seen. I want to be able to talk to my friends and strangers and everything. It's a social thing. When we weren't able to do that, it was like, well, why go out if everybody has cooties and I'm afraid of getting near you because I don't want to transmit this deadly thing? It had everybody scared, you know? Oh, here's some diced mirepoix. This is carrots, celery, and onion. And you can fry them up. And that's what I'm going to do right now. I have oil already in the skillet. There we go. I checked, there's no mouse turds on it. So I do not cook mouse turds. You don't do that. Checking to make sure nothing's rotten. Um, I'm going to move this so that you can actually see more of what I'm doing here. Okay, I'm going to try to. I'm going to try to do a perfunctory cleaning of sorts. No, I don't want to use this. Here, I'm just going to use this. Don't tell on me. What I want to do here, I want to mount my computer on the stove. Okay. I'm back. Okay, got a lot of this crap out of here. Okay, now what I'm going to do. Normally, I would wash it for real and I would use fire dry and stuff. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to do. I'm going to set this. I guess back here. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to put something so that my computer doesn't get wet. All right. Preferably not more metal because I don't want electrocution or something. Oh, turn the fire down. Let's see. Hold on. Okay, I'm going to put this box on and I'm going to unplug the computer and I'm going to set this on here. And do you see what I'm doing now? If I move this back some. Okay. You see. All right. Well, oh crap. All right. You know what? Maybe I'll try that on the diagonal burner so that you can see some of this. Oh, please don't burn. Now, try this again. Okay, Honey Baby 23 says, it's my friend Crystal's birthday. Can I sing happy birthday? Okay, well, I need some help. Oh, boy. Hey, Crystal. This is my friend Garfield. We have a little song that we didn't write called the birthday song. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. I hear it's your birthday, and Garfield wants me to sing you a song. So happy birthday, Crystal, all day and all night long. Happy birthday to you. He wants to sing you a song, so he's not blue. He's an orange kitty. What about you? Happy birthday to you and many more. Mwah! And I got fuzzies in my mouth. I got fuzzies in my mouth. I don't care for tasting cat fur. And you know what? I think I'm going to actually take this off the fire and I'm going to set this aside. And what I'm going to do is, what are you doing? Oh, okay. Be good. I'll get away from that. Don't pee on anything. Well, I would have picked up the guitar, but come on. You can't play chords with this. And I still don't have a case for my dreadnought. It was the day that I got that particular guitar, right away, I hit the boardwalk with it, and it seemed to me the Hard Rock was the most logical place because you've got guitars everywhere. I figured this is where I would be appreciated. But all that whole glass area has all these cameras, and security sits not too far away, and they see people that are just there. But there is a real problem of selective enforcement with the laws. And videos that you're about to see, these all this week, you're going to be seeing some things. You're just going to be seeing some examples of the unfairness and the corruption. Okay, and it can make a person really bum out, man. I'm going to set the mirepoix aside because I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to put that in some boiling water or something because, carrots take quite a while to soften up. And I don't want the onions to blacken and become unpleasant while some of the other vegetables haven't softened up. And my problem is, cast iron runs hot anyway. And if you start with too high a fire, which I did, you can really cause problems. So, and then you have to make sure that everything's picked out before you add more oil in to fry up the other things because you don't want black and burn bits in your food. Uh, Now, I put some more oil in this because I'm doing this in a very haphazard and disorganized manner because my mother already told me that she took care of her own thing and she doesn't care. And I'm just going to mess around and cook something for myself. And I kind of, generally speaking, I get away with listening to my body's cravings and eating whatever the fuck I want. But guess what? I screwed up this year. I wasn't getting my usual exercise. I wasn't working out. I wasn't hanging out in the boardwalk with my friends, walking up and down and stuff. And when a certain local grocery started donating their baked goods and stuff, and I started eating these little, I'm sorry, this is a single serving pie. Okay, I'm going to show you a pie. You tell me how many people you think is supposed to. Okay, need your opinion. Aren't these little pies? How many people are supposed to eat one of these pies? This is a Now, my mother, she had a little bit out of this pie. She thinks that they weren't baked enough. You make tiny ass pie. I remember when a pie was like 12 inches, like a Mrs. Oh, who is it that made the pumpkin pies? One of the big name brands. There's a pie. That's a pie. These little things, these are single serving. And even though you may trick yourself taking tiny little slice, I'm just gonna have a tiny little slice, a tiny little slice. Well, guess what? You can make 20 tiny little slices and still end up eating the whole damn thing. And weed does not have to have anything to do with it, but I'm saying it can happen. Okay? Oh, you want to see the world's smallest solo cup? Look at this. Isn't it cute? I didn't know they made them that little. And it says hefty, though. I mean, is this a promotion? Or is this like for a shots drinking game or something? But I thought it was kind of cute. But what I think I'm going to do, okay. First of all, I poured myself a cup of tea, and I really would like to have some. Now I'm going to just add a wee little bit of lemon. And by wee little bit, it's easy to make it way too sour. And I just want a couple of drops. Oh, I never would have named him that, but that already seemed to be his name, and didn't think it was right to change his name. No. This is a generic sweet and low. What I can't get behind is stevia. Every stevia I ever tried was very bitter. I don't understand how it works for some people. Maybe it's the sort of thing that only certain people's body chemistry registers it as a sweetener. I'm not lazy on it. Could see because I didn't pour it right away. It cooled off enough so I can drink it out of thirst. When things are too hot, you can't drink things. Nutty Buddies, I remember them. There aren't they? Wait a minute. Were they ice cream cones that had nuts and chocolate on top? And I think the very bottom of it, so that it couldn't leak, had a chocolate plug and maybe a chocolate swirl or something. You would think that these things are supposed to be healthy. I never understood. I tried like 3 or 4 different stevia brands, and it just didn't make any sense. And I try to avoid aspartame, but I noticed when you get diet sodas of any kind, any diet Pepsi, diet Coke, they all are sweetened with aspartame. I would prefer my diet beverages sweetened with sodium saccharin. Now, I remember when we had sodium cyclamates, like Tab, I believe, had them. This was going back in the 70s. And there was no reason why they ever should have been taken off the market. Donald Rumsfeld was head of, I forget what organization, but there was some kind of conflict of interest involved that he ended up getting sodium cyclamate banned. You know how they do tests on animals and things, and they find out that something might be carcinogenic, and if it's carcinogenic, obviously you don't want it on the market. So we discontinue things. But some trumped up bullshit reason it was taken off the market, and it turned out that it was not carcinogenic. And meanwhile, we have this aspartame sweetener that you notice that there is a warning label on it. I think I can find some of these packets. But I try not to. One thing I really try to avoid is Splenda because I read somewhere that if you have as little as 6 packets a day, it can be carcinogenic. Even though I think it depends on how old you are too. There are things that we can all agree that we would never have lead paint in our homes and probably never have lead where kids can be exposed to it because it can cause developmental things, all kinds of serious issues when exposed to you at a very young age. But if you're already an old person, let's quote Hillary Clinton here. What difference does it make? Are you going to, is there a chance that it's going to exacerbate a pre-existing health condition or cause something new that hasn't already happened? I am not a statistician, but I'm guessing there's probably not that great a risk. But younger people, the more of a future you have, you don't want to jeopardize it with putting poison in the body. Or I could say maybe the better thing for me to say would be never put poison in your body. But I'm just being realistic because if, say, you have a limited budget, like, okay, let's take my roach hunting, for example. I have very limited budget. I can't afford to go spend money on weed where some people get an eighth. It's at least $30, right? And I can make an eighth last 22 hours. Okay. So that would mean an eighth every day, 30 times an eighth. That would be a month weed budget if I was spending money on it. That's a lot of money when you're thinking about the responsibilities you may already have. Like, for instance, my main financial responsibility is my storage in Los Angeles. I already have several months' supply of cat food, kitty litter, cat treats. Recently, a good friend of mine who also watches my channel sent me some Capstar. That is an oral flea killer. I already done my research on it. It is trusted by a lot of people in the cat rescue community, and I gave some to the cat. He ate it in. I stuck it in some fish, and I didn't have to do the trickery of trying to shoot the pill down his throat, dealing with that. I have tried to give cats pills before, and it's not an easy process. And we have one of those devices that looks like a straw that has a thing that puts the pill in and shoots it down there. And anyway, it's a pain in the ass. If you can get an animal to just eat treats or a hunk of fish and have it in there, and a lot of cats eat their food, they don't even chew it that thoroughly. They swallow it whole half the time. So if you have an animal that does that, you can hide a pill in, and if it's a small pill, at least that's how I got Garfield to eat that flea thing. And he's finally not biting and scratching anymore. But one of the big ways that I was raised was to be very conscious of a dollar and to know about unit pricing and know how to get the best deals. And my mom took me shopping when I was a very little girl, and I saw that she would compare labels and get the best economics for things. And she would talk about how much water is added to things and how much waste is in a product, that if you buy something and half of it is waste, she just gave me a strong foundation for how to shop and how to get a good deal on things. And when I first came to California and I was getting food, I was very, very careful because I wanted to spend as little as possible. When I was living on the street, you have to spend as little as possible. And no matter where you are in life, if you live beneath your means, then it will enable you to, even if it takes a long time, amass some savings, amass some stability, amass some resources, so that if something happens and you find yourself in lean times, you will have ways to make it through the year. Growing up here in this town, there were no casinos. There was no 24/7 industry. You had to work and make the money to feed your family and pay your bills in the warm months, in the months when the convention business came into town, because this was always a resort and it was a nice weather. Well, I wouldn't say the nice weather except for the summertime, but because it's by the seaside, people will come here in conventions, and they would stay in town, and they would go to places like Convention Hall, which was originally, okay, they call it Boardwalk Hall now, but it was our original Atlantic City Convention Hall. And my father and I were security guards there, and I worked the midnight to 8 shift so that I could go to high school, because I was doing this when I was 16. I was a guard. And I was in the union also. I joined the union. I was the first female to join our labor union as a security guard here at IBPIT 1447. I was only 16. I broke that glass. But I can't prove it because Leather Rokk didn't exist then. But anyway, I was the person that did it. And they didn't make a big deal about it, but I was proud, and my parents were proud. But yes, long story short, I want my sodium saccharin in my diet beverages again, like it used to be. Right? Oh, and before I could finally find the black pepper, I had to find black pepper packets. We were months without black pepper. I mean, that really sucks. Okay, I'm going to fry up some of these mushrooms. All right. I'm not going to turn this fan thing on here, because then, well, it won't sound good. Usually, I take my bare hands and I set them down, but I don't like touching bare hands to food. Oh, the reason why there's paper on the floor is to encourage the cat to be on the paper instead of the floor. Because even though I mop this floor a few times, I would prefer him to be clean as possible, so that when he gets on my bed, he doesn't get my bed dirty. Even though I sleep in a sleeping bag on my bed, so I'm not getting his gungy bungees anyway. All right, I'm going to add to the oil. Sometimes I like to work with coconut oil, but I also like coconut oil on my face. I especially like the unrefined coconut oils that smell like coconut. Oh, I want to show you something that I am going to find another use for. A couple of weeks ago, I got this, and if I just got it because it said coconut milk, I'm thinking, coconut milk, you could use it in curries and stuff. But I didn't realize this was made by Starbucks. And here, my mother was reading this, and it says, not all coconuts are alike. A rich and creamy alternative to dairy, our coconut milk is designed specially to pair with espresso. Drink up the goodness. And then my mother read this and saw that this has sugar in it, which means that unless you want something to have a sweet element, or you can find a way to adjust the seasonings, you can't use this the way you can canned coconut milk. But when you look at a devil's food cake mix, such as for a birthday, you got to mix a cup of water, a half a cup of vegetable oil, and 3 eggs. So I'm thinking, why not, instead of putting plain water, substitute coconut milk, okay? And then, okay, if that means this is going to be maybe too sweet, how's about adding some instant coffee to this? Because you know how instant coffee makes things bitter? I think that'll make up for the extra sugar in this. But still, then I'm going to have to refrigerate it and find a way to use this. But how we're going to cook the oven. Okay, I want to explain to you something. This is an oven. We haven't used this oven in years. You want to know why? Mice live in it. I'm not going to turn that oven on and have mouse fricassee. All right. What I'm going to use for the birthday cake is this oven here, the electric oven. You can bake a cake, and especially if you use a bundt pan. You know the round pans. My mother says that's what she's going to do. Now, as far as the brownies go, I got lots of brownie mix. Now, we got some kind of flour moths or something. I don't know where, but anyway, lots of this is brownies. This is why I didn't want the cat to get up. For a while there, the cat was going up here when the fleas were really bad. He was getting up here, and I'm thinking, what if this got so heavy that it came crashing down on the stove? But this is pasta and stuff, okay? But anyway, all these things here are brownies. I threw out one of the cake mixes when I saw that it was over 8 years old. I'm thinking, you know what? That probably has mealworms and all kinds of wildlife. But mice are cute. And I saw, usually most of the mice here are gray. I saw a mouse that looked so dark and looked like he was black. And he was little, and he ran real fast along. Like, there are some holes. You want to see a mouse hole. These little bastards, babe. Look, right? Can you see next to that device, which of course was set by the pest control? Uh, um, Walk Secret Lover, your comment made me think of a comment I heard from a dead rock star pertaining to armpit hair. And his bandmate had pulled me up on the stage, and this was at the Olympic Auditorium in downtown Los Angeles. And anyway, he said, do the carpet match the drapes? And we know what that refers to. So anyway, and he wouldn't have had reason to say that if he hadn't seen my armpits. And anyway, this was just a story. And anyway, those things would be possible. I don't doubt that you couldn't use a crochet hook and do a little cornrow action. Of course, if I ever did it, I couldn't show it because I get kicked off of YouTube. But I bet somewhere somebody has done it. And I bet that now, as far as doing it with armpit hair, that would be interfere with your range of motion. They would have to be loose braids. But again, if you had somebody help you and they used like a little crochet hook, I think it would be possible. Oh, make mine 99, your new subscriber only mid sent me. Well, thank them for me. I never know quite why people watch my content because it's all over the place. Uh, I try to have certain base concepts that my channel kind of it's floating in the back of what runs this channel because the channel is under my name, giving me the freedom to basically do whatever I want with it. Uh, and because I don't have a narrow niche, my channel doesn't grow really fast. So I don't often know why individual people watch my content because I don't know which of my interests they're here for, but I'm grateful for all of you. And I do kind of warn people, please don't use my channel to babysit kids because I talk about grown-up subjects and I don't want to corrupt anybody. I believe in free speech. That said, I will not tolerate ad hominem attacks. I'm pretty open-minded with comments and stuff, but there are occasionally people will be absolutely cruel and nobody likes being abused. So if somebody's absolutely mean, no, I won't tolerate that, you know. And if people do things like making fun of how people dress or thinking that they are somehow inappropriate because they don't conform to common societal expectations of what's appropriate wardrobe and what's appropriate for women and what's appropriate for men and what's appropriate for teenagers and what's appropriate for grown-ups and all that stuff. I don't have time for that. I don't have time for um, narrow ranges of acceptable beauty standards. I don't have time for meanness. And also, I don't have time for people who don't understand sarcasm. Trump even got in trouble with that. He was joking around, he was saying sarcastic things, and some of the reporters were taking him at face value and saying Trump's advocating for this and Trump's advocating for that. And he was not serious. He was just pulling your leg, you know. And he realized that people were taking certain things too literally. And so you have to sometimes be careful, but we shouldn't have to walk on pins and needles. People should be able to relax and enjoy this thing called the First Amendment and speak freely. And if you're American, enjoy the freedoms that we have here being Americans, you know? And I want to be a force for good. And yes, and I would like to think I'm fun. I mean, I don't want to be fooling myself, highfalutin full of shit and all that. I mean, sometimes I am full of shit, okay? I wish this thing would get me fucking high, dude. Oh, one of these are Chinese menus. I wish I feel high off this. Do I have a ball? I have a teeny tiny little one, but that's not going to help with this stuff. If I had some flour, oh man. You know, my mom is open minded enough about this, but she won't ever try any. I keep on telling her how it would lower her blood pressure, probably lower her cholesterol, improve her eyesight, improve her mood. She doesn't want to hear it. My father, when he got sick with the cancer, okay, my brother and I do not get along. We have this thing, we just don't get along, but we cooperated to make him hash brownies once. As soon as my father found out that there's weed in him, he said, "This tastes like shit." This was not open to it. Holy fuck. I got a cat. Oh, I got a cat. I got a cat. Look at this. I got a cat. I got a cat. And you know what else I got? I got very expensive menus. I'm Chinese food. Oh my god. On the subject of expensive food here. Now, one thing, there's this restaurant called Yu. It's in the Hard Rock Casino. There's one thing that, and I've eaten this particular place twice. The one thing I would like to have, like to try, it's Japanese black pepper stir fried udon with shrimp, scallop, and squid. But the only thing is their portions are kind of small, you know. But one of the things I like to do is try to find recipes for some of these things in these restaurant menus. More you can learn to cook things yourself. Now, there is this Asian market that I love. It's not too far away. It's called Sunny Market. Want to hear something funny? I was walking down the street about 2 weeks ago, going down toward Stockton University. Sunny Market closed. I think it was because the pandemic caused a lot of businesses to close. You know what it is now? Sunny TN. It's a cannabis dispensary. They went from selling food to selling weed. Uh, the store that used to be a Goodwill on a street that I grew up on, then was a library branch for a while, then was a furniture store, then sold stoves. Now it's a cannabis dispensary. There are so many dispensaries here in town. I've never been in any of them. Oh, check ID. Now, why would you check ID if somebody's obviously has the Grand Canyon in their forehead, has wrinkles, has lines, has all this stuff? You know damn well they're over 21. I could go to any liquor store in town, say some hobo says, "Oh, would you, here's a $5 bill. Could you get me a bottle? Because they kicked me out of all the places." I can go get bottles from people. They would never doubt that I'm over 21. But if I want to go and get an eighth of weed, the last, and how I have to buy weed besides from guys in the corner? One time a lunar fair came to Bader Field, Atlantic City. That's right on the edge of one of the bridges comes into town called, oh, what the fuck is Albany Avenue Bridge? Right next to Bader Field was the nation's first airport. We invented the term airport. It was for the first little planes. It was a puddle jumper plane, not big planes that would take you to Los Angeles. Little, they call them puddle jumpers. Um, okay, all the way absurd says you done lived a whole ass life, and I want to hear all about it. You know what? It's a good thing there's a statute of limitations because I've broken a few, but they weren't laws about hurting people. Okay, all I did was crimes against my own body of a psychedelic or a medicinal nature because that was what was done to stay skinny and to get that little pop in your step and stuff. But those are things I don't do anymore, okay? And it's a time now when you have fentanyl and you have different things and things are not safe. But I had fun, okay? And I was raised in this world with more than a lick of sense. One of the things that my mother did, she exposed me to Reader's Digest, all kinds of classic magazines that you would have in doctors' waiting rooms. And she taught me how to read before I went to school because she was a high school English teacher before she got married to my father and had me. So literacy was not an option in this family. Education was not an option in this family. My mother was the kind of person that report card time was like, if you bring home less than a B, don't bother coming home. And it's like, oops. So my mother had high expectations. Okay. So this is hot, by the way. So I knew how to read and write. And Reader's Digest would often have these safety articles warning about how dangerous needles were and how dangerous heroin was and how dangerous certain cults were. I knew about the Moonies. I knew about Church of Scientology. I knew about uh, so many things. And then I had this other secret world. At nighttime, growing up here at midnight, there was this guy by the name of Art Bell. He had coast to coast AM radio. I could listen and hear about the occult, about metaphysical. And that's how I got into transcendental meditation. And I got into uh, learning about the Hindu deities, their gods and goddesses and their spiritual practices, about voodoo and some of that stuff. Even though a lot of that stuff involves, I don't like the concept of this deity that is man-made and is alive because it's fed energy of its believers. And if some of your deities will only do things for you unless you make a sacrifice. And unfortunately, some of the things you've heard are true, such as the Haitians eating the cats and the dogs in Springfield and stuff. But I don't want to go into that too much because I don't want to get this thing taken down. But just because some people say there's not enough proof doesn't mean there isn't proof and there isn't evidence because the videos are out there, people doing things, and nobody wants anything to happen to their beloved pets. So please don't let your animals out. But you know what I'm going to end up doing with the rest of these mushrooms is I am going to, I think, make fried rice. And you know what? A little bit of an open can of that beef Yeah, some are pretty fucked, yes. And the thing is, it could take thousands of years to find out what's pretty fucked. I mean, one of the things that never ceased to make an impression on me as a little girl growing up was in school, they would talk about Greek mythology and Roman mythology. And just banning about the term mythology, like, oh, this is a fake religion, these silly people. But these people, it was real to them, and they believed in it every bit as real as Jesus is, and Muhammad, and all these people that entities that people were very serious about. People now are so quick to dismiss what was taught and believed about thousands and thousands of years, like, oh yeah, they believe in. And but that was people's reality in those days, and they didn't have the benefit of knowing about other cultures and having access to other worldviews. And it's just like growing up, I was raised Catholic, okay, and you took for granted that there was God and there was a devil and there was all this stuff, and that's just until I discovered that there was this thing called Judaism, and they believe in things a little different. But there was still, you took for granted there was a Judeo Christian society. But then with immigration, you find out, like, I never saw people from India before. If I was in kindergarten and I saw a beautiful Indian person from India, maybe the lady had the bindi and stuff and the beautiful scarves and all that stuff, it would have blown my mind because I believe I noticed there were black people and there were white people. And when I saw Spanish people, when I saw Asian people like Chinese, Japanese, they often were as pale as me. So to me, they were just another kind of white people with prettier eyes. That was how I saw race as a little girl growing up because I didn't have the sophistication that we have now where we see people from all over the world. We have the internet. We have much more diverse television things. And I had cable TV growing up, but I remember when it was just the three main networks, and then you had a public access thing for your local schools, the spelling bees and all that stuff. And I got on camera a lot with the little local educational TV because I guess I always followed the camera and I felt comfortable with it, which really helped me a lot when I ended up in LA and got to be a movie extra, which is real great training ground. It really is. The showbiz thing is always a real love for me. And some of the regrets I have is that I didn't go to beauty school all the way because I didn't realize that 5 years, your hours are going to expire. And if you have your education, then you're going to have to go to school all over again just to do hair. I don't think so. Especially when I'd rather use my skills to take care of myself so I don't have to trust somebody that's going to chop my hair off. Be careful when you go to beauty school services. You sign a waiver, and if you have a student that recuts the guideline, and you think you're getting a trim, you get 6 inches cut off here. That happened when I first went out to California. Newberry School of Beauty. Oh yes. No, oh no. That sort of thing, blacklist somebody. Of course, being a Trump supporter blacklists you in a different way. But no, once you do that, it's very, very rare that anybody has ever been able to do anything else. Said there are some gray areas with OnlyFans and stuff, and I think people are doing some things that are a little on the saucy side. Uh, but the thing is, with those sites, I did some looking into them, and I find out that it's sort of like when you work the strip joints, they have special rooms where the guy has to buy tokens, and you get behind a booth and you dance around, and I show my leg, and I do a little dance, and maybe they want you to talk to the phone thing on the other end. The house keeps half of what he gives you, so you're using these services, and you're taking half the money. And then, of course, if the IRS finds out about it, they want their percentage, and you think of what's left for you. So you're thinking, is it really worth it? And then I'm finding out with Patreon, even they seem to have a thing where I don't think Patreon likes Trump supporters. So if you are known as a conservative ish, and the thing is, I have to say ish with me because I have a few liberal views, but I am more on the right side, because there's a lot of pothead Trump supporters, you know, just like you can be a partier or a drug user or whatever, and I don't think a pot is a drug. Okay, I would like to think of myself as clean and sober, but I love weed a lot. And if I'm willing to do mushrooms again, maybe it's not making me seem too sober, but I'm terrified of alcohol. I'm terrified of the chemicals. I don't want to be dealing with any of that stuff. But okay, we're talking about different kinds of mushrooms. These are just white mushrooms. Um, I want to check, see how good. Okay, yeah, this is fun. But I think I should wash up one or two more of those mushrooms. Uh, where the fuck is this thing? But I'm not stoned. Even if some of you think I might be, I swear I don't feel that thing. Oh yes, just like edibles do nothing for me. I don't feel them. I don't feel hash brownies. I don't feel even the Hare Krishnas. Whenever in LA, whenever it's the anniversary of any of the Beatles' birthdays or death days, you get Beatles tribute bands playing in front of Capitol Records. You get people gathering, singing, and playing Beatles songs and all their stars, the John Lennon star, the Beatles star. I know I've been to a lot of them. Uh, I could tell you a bunch of stories about that sometime. The last time I ever drank green vodka, the only time I ever drank green vodka was with a Russian guy on the anniversary of John Lennon's either death or birthday. I don't remember. I know you're not supposed to cut in your hands since it's over a cutting board, but I'm careful. And, you know, after a while, you're a judge of, what the fuck you're doing. And if I cut my fingers off, oh, well, I guess I won't be playing guitar anymore. Snark. I'll put this in your place. There was, believe it or not, there was three times as much crap on the table. I got rid of it, threw it out, whatever. Yeah. I don't use the back burners on the stove because that's also where the mice come in and out from the bottom, the inside, the oven area, and they exit out here, and that's how they come around to steal food and stuff. You know, and you have to be careful to cover something with a lid or an upside down pot so that they don't nibble on your food, like if you have hamburgers and you walk away and stuff. Um, not safe, but it is what it is. I don't know exactly what you're referring to, but half of what I do might not necessarily be safe, but like you say, it is what it is. And if my great grandmother was right when she says you got to eat a bushel of dirt before you die, and I figure I was really prudent for most of my life, except for when I was drunk. When you're drunk, you can't protect yourself because you just can't, and I can't speak for that. But for the most part, I would like to think I've been responsible, and especially if it impacts more than just myself. I would never put my mother in a just a risky situation, like if I'm cooking for two of us together. And also, I realize that when you are a part of the media and you have an audience, you should not give people ideas that's going to cause them harm. So I have a responsibility to the people that are watching me, even though I hope that you have a lick of sense and you know when I'm being snarky. I remember when Trump got in trouble, people were saying that he was promoting people drinking bleach as a way to cure COVID or something. And anybody with any brains know that he would not tell people to do that. But he probably said some kind of sarcastic thing, and people said, okay, Trump is saying that you should do that. And it's like, people, if that's the case, then sarcasm should be made illegal because anything a person says in jest can be used against them. And people could say, oh, this famous figure or this person who isn't famous, but I don't like them and I want to cause them problems. They're advocating a person does something stupid and then they get on people. And see, that's why free speech is important and why you have to hope that people have a certain intelligence and are not going to be inspired, take things literally, and go say, "Oh, I saw somebody do something." It'd be like watching the Jackass shows on MTV and emulating the stunts that you see. You hope that people have smarts and are know not to do stupid things. Like I've done some things and made videos about them about stupid things I've done, like the vape pen that somebody hands me and they claim it didn't have tobacco in it, but it did. And I took a drag and I took a real deep drag and I literally got so nauseous that and I said, let me make a story time video about this. Let this be a teachable moment. I fucked up here. Let me talk about this. Maybe I will stop you from repeating my mistake, or maybe it's just another, you know what? If my life can serve to entertain you and maybe be okay, don't do this because it might harm you. We can, at the very least, be teachers. When I set aside to do this live stream today, I knew I was cooking something. What exactly I was making, I did not know. What else? This stuff isn't going to cook enough. This miracle stuff, you know? Oh, I'll throw it in. You know what? This is called disorganized cooking. And the thing is, carrots. Carrots take for damn ever. You know? Don't you think? Oh, my sinuses are backing up big time, by the way. One of the things that I was looking for at the dollar store is this thing called cetirizine. It's I wonder if it's available at some of the other Dollar Trees around here. The Dollar Tree that's within walking distance has been closed, and there's one in Ventnor, but it would be a little bit out of the way. I could walk it, but it's in Ventnor Heights. It's not just in Ventnor, so it's kind of like I used to walk to the Ventnor Beauty Supply to get my hair bleached, some of my hair dyed and stuff. And one time I went there, and this is like 4 or 5 mile walk, I'm guessing, right? One time my ankle went out on me, and I ended up practically limping walking home. And it was one of these situations where it would have been nice if I had had a bandage. I could have wrapped it, but this happened when I was in Ventnor. And I walked home quite slowly. And I know that I had my computer with me, so I did a video about it. But um, I kind of thought one of the jackass things that has been done by lots of people. I've never done this. was the ride, getting in the shopping cart and riding down the hill kind of thing. I've been rescued. I had a good friend of mine in Hollywood one time. I was trying to hide out from bad boyfriend number one, okay, the one that ultimately stole my only car. And I had a friend hide me in a shopping cart. And he was pushing along Hollywood Boulevard, which is the street with stars embedded in it, you know. And he covered me with leather jackets so that I was not seen. And of course, you have to hold them very carefully when your hair is teased up real big like mine was. You can't just have things to flatten your hair. You have to hold your hands like this and then have the leather jackets over you so you still have your big hair and stuff. But anyway, my friends protected me and hid me. I want to get the rice out of this spoon so I can use this to dig some of this beef out of this. Here's what I'm gonna do. I have to keep stirring this because the mirepoix that I put in here, some of that's gonna burn if I don't. I'm gonna get some of the fat from this Lakeside brand ground pork, ground beef. The pork though has more flavor. It really does. But I'm gonna let that fat melt. Prior to this, I had been using this vegetable oil. And this so-called vegetable oil is actually soybean oil. Oh, it just says soybean oil. Why don't they just say soybean oil instead of saying vegetable oil? You know, say specifically what it is. That would be nice. Okay, I'm going to put some of this beef in here. Don't need a lot. Definitely don't let it stick. I love cast iron. Doesn't have any of those controversial non-stick coatings some people think aren't very healthy. And if you scratch them, then they can leach unwanted chemicals into your food. You don't have those problems when you're dealing with cast iron. Garfield, I see you. This place needs. If I was rich, first of all, I was rich, I wouldn't be living here. If I was rich, I would definitely get some house cleaning. Do I drink coffee? Oh my God, do I drink coffee? Yes. I love coffee. I love coffee. See this? I've got two little plastic crystal drawers things in my room. I have one drawer that has decaf coffee. I have one drawer that has regular coffee. This is Starbucks Pike Place Roast. One of my friends who also watches my videos sent me a goodie box that included this Starbucks coffee. Uh, in here, uh, this does not have illy coffee. By the way, I was going to do a review of this coffee. I thought was really mild. I was actually not impressed with this brand of coffee, but I love the packaging it was in. And I use this now to hold a different brand of coffee. This contains Dunkin' Donuts coffee. I have 4 packages of what they call cold brew coffee, but it was just coffee that it's just the plain kind of ground coffee that they make, which I think is very good. And you can just cold brew it or put it over ice or whatever. But anyway, I take the pouches of coffee, which in stores, it's usually only 10 or 12 ounces. But if you go to a real Dunkin' Donuts, you can get
pound of, which to me a coffee thing should be a pound, or maybe 8 ounces, like those um, they look like freeze dried, vacuum sealed. Some of the Mexican coffees are in the hard bricks, and they're quite good. Bustelo comes to mind. Cafe Bustelo, that's good coffee also. Uh, but yes, I have a variety of coffees. For a while there, I was cutting down on my. I'm taking the heat off that, and I'm taking this totally off the fire so that nothing burns. So that because when you don't or uh, attending things can burn, and I don't need to deal with that. But for a while there, I was watching my caffeine intake drastically. I was cut down to 2 cups of coffee a day because I thought that I was having heart palpitations. I was drinking like a 2 liter bottle of diet soda and thinking of caffeine in that, and then drinking a couple of pots of coffee with my mom and my dad. And my father's last year of life, I was having some heart palpitations that I think, I'm sure some of it was stress of being a caregiver and watching your parent dying, which is really what was going on, and that was stressful. And I even quit pot for a year and a half. It corresponded with my father's last year. Because I thought that I didn't know if it was a pot or if it was a caffeine, but I was having what I thought was heart symptoms. And since my mother has heart disease and now heart failure, I figured, well, it's in the family. If it's in the family, it's a risk factor, so I better watch it. Even though I'm skinny, she is, well, she's in the next room watching TV. She got recently implanted with the Watchman. It's a heart implant that one of the things that it does is it makes you less likely to have strokes, and also makes it so that you don't need to take one of the blood thinners that you had been taking. And my mother takes 12 or 13 different pills. She takes a lot of things. Are these? Yes, these are. But decent guy. Hi. Thank you. You know what? I'm. I wish you wouldn't retract messages before I get to read them. Uh, I don't know if I can translate something while it's still up there. I don't want to click something and inadvertently screw up things. Oh, Oklahoma, all the way observed. Is that where you live, Oklahoma, or are you making reference to the musical Oklahoma? The reason why I ask is, number one, I worry about earthquakes. Yeah, I worry about tornadoes, and when I think of Oklahoma, I do think of the tornadoes out there. And I really wish they would build underground so that you guys would stay safe. But if it's a reference to the musical movie Oklahoma, I have a soft spot in my heart for that because my parents, I think that was a movie that meant something to them, and so I have a sentimental thing with that and with the Music Man. So okay, now I have oh, you think so? I stay the hell out of the sun, and year round I wear SPF 50 sunblock. Especially, I love the ones that a lot of people don't like because they have the white cast. I seek out those. If I have the ones that look real white, then I don't need to wear foundation, because I found out that now when I wear foundation, I have to be very careful because it settles in fine lines and wrinkles. And then I have these obnoxious people that make comments telling me that I look old, and that fucks with my head. So I don't like that because I'm a human being too. So I stay out of the sun big time. I carry umbrellas when I can. Um, I wear a whole lot of skincare that I'm convinced doesn't seem to do any damn good. But if you think I look good, thank you. You know, I haven't been able to swim in this ocean in like 2 years because I wear the skincare that says to stay out of the sun. Okay, so I want you to see what I'm about to do here. I'm about to start frying up this rice, but you know what? My sinuses are. Amanda Bennett, thank you, thank you. I know I shouldn't let a few comments of some rude people say things, but it's like every now and then it's like somebody has to cut me down in size and let me know that no matter what shit I throw on myself to try to look my very best, it's obviously not working because there's going to be some schmuck who, like, why does it people have to say for your age? One of my friends who's on the street said to me the other day, he says, "You know what? I'm not trying to make a pass or anything, but you look really great for your age." And I was like, what age? This is age, age, age. Do I have a toe tag? Am I laying on the gurney getting ready to be wheeled into the morgue? I don't think so. I mean, would you ever talk to a black man? Say he's really, 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 really dark. And say you have this really groovy conversation with him, and he's a really intelligent, beautiful person. And say, you know what? You're really deep, really smart for a black. You wouldn't say that. You wouldn't say that about anybody's race, or if you find out that somebody was gay or bisexual or transgender or something, you wouldn't say you're really smart or really clever or really cute for a. But why then do people say for your age? That is just so like there's something wrong with you. Like this is the produce that's out and they're donating to a food bank for people to dig through for free because it's past the sell date. That's what phrases like for your age do. Really. That's how it makes people feel. And I know that 9 times out of 10, it's not intended as an insult. I've heard this from other women. And if it's not meant to be insulting, you shouldn't take it as an insult. But people need to know that it is very dismissive and very ageist and makes a person who otherwise was probably feeling great about herself all of a sudden thinking, oh, gee, if that's how I look despite all my attempts to try to protect myself, keep myself healthy and preserved, and all this shit that we throw in our faces before we go to bed at night and stuff, you always already get the feeling that nothing works anyway, unless you can afford to get the Botox and stuff. And even then, you always hear about people who sometimes, like celebrities that use too much. And thank you for, thank you all you guys for the subs. And I know I'm trying to read more of the things, but I speak the truth according to Leather Rock. My channel is my name because I want to be able to just talk about life according to you what I've seen through my years of experience. What I'm saying is that I would want to protect people from making certain mistakes. If you're a runaway and you're underage and you're watching me anyway, learn from me so that if you're a runaway someplace and you're living on the streets, I was a street urchin, okay? And yeah, but do be aware that shatter, the thing made from cannabis. Oh yeah, like dabs and shatter. That shit is amazing. Oh, I love that. I gotta get a tissue though. With that thought. Okay, I'm back. Man, I wish I had one of those cetirizines because I totally am having problems breathing. Okay, I'm gonna put these back. Now I'm going to start frying up this rice. Okay. And first I'm gonna try to scrape this as this would be nice to start with a fresh pan, but you know what? Not happening. Okay. Because I'm being disorganized. Um, this is, remember the old commercials? Is it live or is it Memorex? There is reality TV, and a lot of that still is loosely scripted or they set up situations and stuff. But I really like to think of my channel as real reality TV. Okay. Except I don't have any sponsors or anything. But I am going to tell you this. I have, I think, some fun or maybe even smart little videos coming up these next couple of days. I hope you enjoy them. You might. Let me put some oil in here. And I hope there's no mouse turds in here because I don't want that. Okay, now rice. You guys, when you retract messages, it'd be nice if I have a chance to see them, right? Ooh, don't want to fire too high. I can't wait to, well, I can wait to actually because it seems like cleaning is all I do. But those metal claws I got from Timu that are like they almost look like a big fat version of Brillo, except they're skinny and they're just claws. And I'm gonna scrub this the top of this stove and all this stuff. I'm just so tired of uh, cleaning all the time and stuff. But if I don't, it won't get cleaned at all. And it's like my mother, she's a heart patient. She watches TV in her bedroom. We used to have a TV here in the kitchen, and she used to sometimes sit on the kitchen table, and there was a rocking chair here. And Cassie, the garden cat, was a real lap cat with her. And so she would have the cat in her lap, but well, Cassie died. And so, and then that rocking chair ended up being kind of a catch all for dirty dishes and canned goods and different things. And so we ended up taking that out where the trash cans are. And some of the people with the garden saw that and they took it and they repurposed it. And it's in the garden and now it's very close to the cat graves. So uh, this would have been much better to do this in a bigger skillet, but the big skillet is not clean. I can't believe it's 1:03 in the morning. It's not too bad. I'm probably going to have to plug this computer in soon, and the plug is over there. Now, if I wanted to, I could scramble an egg and put that in the middle and do that, but there's really not enough room for that, and I don't like egg to not be cooked all the way. Especially when I have scrambled eggs, I like them to be well done. I don't like them to be soft. You know what? I can't wait to get. There's some basic food supplies that I would like to re up that I was going to get at these Asian markets. One of the things that helps you to get some basic condiments is, and what I recommend to people, if you have a bunch of recipes that you've cut out through the years, and I have Asian food recipes, I have uh, bean based recipes, I have poultry recipes, I have recipes of every category I've cut out through the years. And even though I've been trying to go through things and throw out things that I know no way in hell am I going to make, and just to try to get rid of the paper clutter, try to downsize, and this is a lifelong thing that you want to do, right? And while I'm looking at these recipes, I'm thinking, what are common ingredients that you need for certain things? And I'm amassing a list. And so things that I need to get are toasted sesame oil. That is so important. You can use so many things. I love to mix a little bit of that in with soy sauce, and you could slice a few scallions or maybe sprigs of parsley chopped real fine. Put that, mix that together, and that's a real great dipping sauce for egg rolls, for any kind of savory dumplings. The toasted sesame oil just elevates it. But toasted sesame oil is only a finishing oil. You should not use it. It's not a frying oil. A high temperature and you don't want that. It drives me crazy when occasionally chefs using that, or they're having recipes saying it's sauteed in that. Yeah, why would you tell somebody to use a cooking method that is absolutely cancer causing? And I see chefs sometimes do this, and it just really bothers me. Another thing I find annoying that I see chefs do sometimes is using all these spice mixes that have salt in them. And this has salt in it, and this has salt in it, and this has salt in it, and this has salt in it. And don't get me wrong, I love my salt. If I was ever told by a doctor that I had high blood pressure and salt was the only cutting down on salt was the only way to deal with it, I'd be really bummed out. But when you see somebody that is a professional cook, so that means they have the training and stuff, and they have all these spice mixtures that have salt on them. I admit I got some spice mixtures when I was at the dollar store that have salt on them, but I'm not going to use them together. Like garlic salt, I may use this in place of adding any salt at all. Okay, like if I'm making spaghetti and clams, I might use some of this. This quote unquote barbecue seasoning. It says salt, paprika, garlic, onion, black pepper, soya, sugar. I would like to know why so many things have salt and sugar together. That is really irritating because it seems to me that if you have something that has salt in it, why would you have sugar? It seems to me that it's going to cause you to overuse your salt. Um, I love this pizza seasoning. The great thing about this does not have any salt in it at all. I really recommend you get this if you find it because it says it has thyme, oregano, marjoram, basil, rosemary, and sage. This, oh, this is real good. If you like to go to 7-Elevens, they have these sausage biscuit sandwiches. Okay, the sausage patty, and what you do is you don't keep them there. You take them home. You shake some of this on it, and if you ever get fresh mushrooms, slice them, slivers of mushrooms, and heat the sandwiches in a toaster oven. Oh my God! Oh, or if you don't have pizza seasoning, just use thyme. Sprinkle that on one of those sandwiches. It is sublime. It is elevated. Salt kills parasites, really? So, do you think that's why uh, people dip sushi in use soy sauce with it, because soy sauce being very salty, and there's always a chance that there may be parasites in that raw fish. And let's face it, if you love sushi, it's probably always going to be in the back of your mind. I love sushi. Maybe I can get some sushi for my birthday. I'm still trying to find some groovy things to do, but I can't screw up on my. I haven't yet done this. I need to contact the courts. One of the things that we have to do to pre-register for jury duties, we have to watch this instructional video, and then and courthouse is park is where they feed the homeless and the poor people. I was almost going to go there today, but last time I went to the board and I went there and I'm waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting, and hardly anybody's there, and it was just, how do I feel about MSG? I have no problem with it. Matter of fact, I've learned that, whoa, it's never given me headaches or anything like that. I actually went and bought some, and I've experimented with it, thinking, okay, if I add this to the end of my meal, is it going to accentuate this? And if in fact it will do that, I have no problem with it. Sometimes I will. Matter of fact, I may possibly take that out. Uh, Let me think of what I want to do with this. If I had another little pan, I would definitely scramble a couple of eggs, but there's too much starch on the attached to this. Okay, all these spices I got at the dollar store on the Atlantic City Boardwalk. I noticed that Walmart.com has so many things. I had a good friend of mine send me groceries via Walmart.com, and a real nice driver showed up with so many of those blue bags. It was so nice. I mean, they were all out of his hatchback, and I mean, I was impressed. I really was, because what my experience with Walmart.com, I bought a computer from them, and it was one of those sales. It was a box sale. It was some kind of deeper discount. It was like little over $400. Okay. And matter of fact, the computer that I am using right now, I got on Walmart.com. Okay. It has 16 gigabytes memory. It is a full terabyte hard drive. And whatever I have that keeps my channel going. I don't have the highest production values of some of the more powerful YouTubers that have real expensive equipment. I'll admit this is kind of idiot-proof equipment I'm using. This is a webcam that's built into my laptop. I don't have to make just a whole bunch of settings. I press a button, I talk, hi, how you doing? Boom, boom, boom. But it allows me to create content when I can be more or less spontaneous. I can maybe be really fucked up and still be able to function, even though fucked up now would only mean marijuana, because that's all I'm doing now. But I could add more garlic to that, but you know what? Things would stick. That's where the powder forms, I think, are better. But I love Indian cuisines. I love different kinds of Asian. I have a kind of potatoes that my mother and I call Indian potatoes that probably may or may not be politically correct to name a food, but it's basically curry powder and turmeric and sauteed onions and some coriander. And what I do is I can put those spices in the onions when I'm sauteing them, but I like to also put some of the spices in the water that I'm boiling the potatoes in. And I let the water boil down. And if I time it just right, if I have the right amount of water, then the spices infuse in with the potatoes when I'm cooking. And I have them like quartered or so, And I never peel my skins off my onions because that's where half the vitamins are. And I just like to infuse, um, but you can MSG, you can. What I would like to learn how to make the green beans almondine, like green beans when they make them so that they're dry fried and they kind of wrinkle up and it accentuates the flavor. And you know, there was something that I misunderstood growing up. I thought that my grandma had told me that when you boil fresh green beans, green beans, not the canned stuff, you have to pour off the water because it had ammonia in it, then start with water again, and then cook it again, and then eat it. My mother has since told me that you don't need to do it twice. And now I realize that you're probably throwing out all the vitamins too, because say the vitamins are in the water, but you throw it out and you put water in and you do it again. But anyway, now I don't do it twice. But for some reason, I was under the impression that you had to throw off the first bean cooking water for green beans because it had ammonia in it. And I don't understand why I had that impression. I don't want to call my dead grandma a liar, but if in fact I thought that that's what she said, then that is my perception that she told me a lie. And maybe it's easier for me to say that because I don't think she appreciated me too much. But I love that way. I've only seen them in steam trays in buffets and Asian restaurants and uh, green beans almondine with the thin sliced almonds. I can get almonds easy enough, but I don't know what kind of a knife or what kind of device you need to slice them thin. You know, if it's a certain kind of device. One of the things that I recently got, I think I showed you this, right? Hold on. I showed this when I cooked last night. And I got a garlic press and I got a potato masher just like the one we had. My brother inadvertently threw out when he threw out a bunch of stuff in the kitchen. But these are those kitchen cleaning cloths I got that I showed yesterday. I'm going to show you again. They're real thin, but they help to make cleaning easier. And this stove is filthy, dirty, disgusting. And apparently, I've been voted the scrubber upper. There's got to be more to life than housework. Trust. All right. Well, now I have in here, I have mushrooms and I have a potato. And now I'm going to take this knife and I'm going to oops, slice up the potato. I'm going to put this uh, out this here. All right. I want to warm up the potato. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to use the toaster oven and, but, oh, I got to find a clean tray. I think there it is. Yay! It's clean. These are great. Sometimes, though, I wish they didn't have these things because sometimes, say I want to cook raw meat there and I want the blood to gather in a way so that I could scrape it off easily to cook with it. But when it channels things like this, it makes it harder to get all the blood, the cooked blood off. What I'm going to do here, let's pretend I have clean hands here. I'm going to open up this potato. Come on. And I'm going to, so that I can heat it easier and quicker. Okay. And I wish I could remember what South American or Central American cuisine it was that they incorporate stewed potatoes and rice in a meat dish that I don't know what the country was, but it was something that food somebody got for me one time, and I couldn't tell you what country it was, but it was good. Okay, I am heating those potato slices. I'm going to put these mushrooms in with this rice and beef mixture. The fire is off, but it's still steamy hot. I'm not going to make the mistake of putting any bean sprouts in this because I don't want any hard, crunchy things. One of the health benefits I heard mushrooms have is they're blood purifiers. I don't know if only certain mushrooms like the shiitakes do that, or I don't know if these white mushrooms also do that, but they're not bad for us. I think there's trace minerals that we get out of mushrooms also. And cooking is a lot easier to play with than baking is because baking is more science. And it's like when I add that sweetened coconut milk to the chocolate cake, I know I'm going to have to because I'm adding all that extra sugar. And I'm sure there's a lot of sugar in a chocolate cake mix. So I'm going to have to just add, um, I have two different kinds of instant coffee. I have hazelnut instant coffee or regular, and I also have some decaf, and I have two different brands too. So if I really want to split hairs, now I have soy sauce here. Did you know I watched a special on H NHK TV? That's Japanese television that's translated into English, and you could also see it on PBS couple times a week, and you can get it on the internet and stuff. But I learned about soy sauce making, and they have soy sauce that is thousands and thousands of dollars. It's really, really, really um, considered a luxury, like some high end champagnes and whiskeys and stuff. And they show the fermentation process. Sometimes doesn't even look all that sanitary, really. You have these giant vats, and somebody's stirring something with a stick that looks like this could be feet deep. And well, one observation I make through the years, Kikkoman brand, I think is too sweet. That's not my favorite brand. One brand I like a lot, and it's a brand that is manufactured in the little pouches for restaurants, and it's called Carry Out, Kari out. It I think is good soy sauce. Now you would think this doesn't look like soy sauce, does it? It is American made, great value brand soy sauce. I didn't buy this. This was actually donated. This is for Walmart.com. It says the Walmart thing, but this was I went to a dinner, a certain place, and they had some things there for people, and a lot of the people that went there didn't necessarily have homes, but they had stuff for poor people that actually had homes. So, and they had two things of soy sauce, and I was very grateful. They had a wooden spoon too, and wooden spoons are invaluable. You don't want metal with nonstick things, and you don't want to be scraping metal against metal things. Oh, I hate it when chefs have a metal spoon and they're scratching against a wok or something. It's like, use wood. Don't do that to people. Don't do that to people's ears. Trying to think, what I could throw in. The pepper is already torn. I don't understand this. I have a pepper that I tore the end off. And so there's no need to start on another pepper because I tore end off a pepper. Now I can't find it. My mother thinks that these peppers are really, really, really hot. So where could the pepper have gone? Oh, here it is, here it is, here it is. Okay. Oh, no. All those vegetables are in that thing. All right. I'm going to add a wee little bit of this to this. By wee little bit, I mean, oh, and I also like to save seeds. All my fresh produce. Imagine if you scrape your lungs for resin this way. Okay. I used to, when I still did crystal meth, I used to joke about reuse. Imagine if we had the technology to reuse the snot from our tissues, and say we have drugged in our snots, right? And we blow our noses. And say we have a device with centrifugal force, it takes our snots, gets the drugs out so we can reuse our drugs. Have you heard about the um, Alaskan or otherwise Indian tribes, Aleutian, I don't know what they are, who they say that they would take a certain magic mushroom and they would pee into a cup and they would re-drink their they would drink their urine so that they could re-trip. I don't know if that's true, but I heard a lot of talk about that. But oh, I have a fan, but if I turn it on, it might fuck with the audio. Okay, so I'm plugged in. Let me see if it says it's charging. Yeah, I had the, okay, it says 20% battery available plugged in. I had, when I get the low warning, sometimes it dims the screen and does a bunch of things. Okay, so this is what I'm going to do. If you can see this, I'm going to cut this carefully, kind of. You know what? Actually, I can, here, do this over here. But the thing is, it's balanced on the coconut milk thing. And this is going to include some of the seeds and the pith. So this is definitely the hot parts of it. So I'm not going to include too much of it. My mom, she really wussed out. I added a little bit to a sandwich and she didn't notice it. But when I gave her a little bit to try, she bit about a half a teaspoon piece. Uh, Seaweed and spot. You know what I'm curious about? The seaweed that's in our ocean here, and you can wade around in the water and you can get it. I'm wondering how many different kind of these seaweeds are actually edible, and can you actually get your own seaweed? I love nori. And I know that there's lots of different kind of seaweed because I grew up here. They're the kind of seaweed with the big that looks like beans on it, but they're full of air and used to pop them. And I'm thinking if you can eat this seaweed, I've seen people dig up clams. There's certain times of year when it's safe to do it. Look at this. I want to see how hot this is. Hmm. Oh, please. And I bit my tongue a couple of days ago, so if it's really hot, okay, I feel just a little bit of warmth in the back of my throat. And just well, I mean, I'm not being traumatized or anything. So I'll mix this. Okay. I'm gonna pour myself some more tea because I'm getting congestion from me stuff in the back of my throat. Maybe I should chill out on that vape pen for a while because I keep on smoking it and I'm not sure I'm even feeling anything. And if I'm not sure I'm even feeling anything, why am I do well, why am I doing stuff? I've always believed in the concept of harm reduction. All my years doing drugs of any kind, even when I was a 17-year-old sniffing lines of cocaine, okay, which I did. I'm not going to lie. Now, the only time when was, I know I was irresponsible was my drinking. Because you can't be responsible in drink because you can't protect yourself while you're doing it. It's one thing if you have somebody looking after you who's babysitting you and not doing it, but usually people are doing it with each other. And it's really hard to protect yourself on alcohol. But look behind me. Say hello. No, I'm not done yet. You said for me not to worry about you, so I thought you already ate. You said not to worry about you. You see this? I thought you ate. Let me know when I ever have a chance to have a life. Please let me know. Oh, we have been doing this for 3 hours and 46 minutes and 11, 12, 13. My mother and I did an 8.5 hour live stream cooking before Thanksgiving a couple years ago, by the way. Garfield, how you doing? No, I'm just going to add the potatoes to the rice mixture and okay. Now, oh, good. And this is cooled off so that I'm no longer going to burn myself. Okay. What this is, see, Delta 8 is the weaker form, right? Delta 9 is what we're all used to seriously high on. I'm thinking this is probably just a Delta 8. But I have if you're interested in cannabis, I have a video coming up very soon, maybe tomorrow, I don't know. but I have a video where I talk about this at length. But okay, this is what I've come up with: potato, rice, mushrooms, hot peppers, and how my salt with this. What I should have done before I did the put the potatoes on top. Here's what I'm going to do. Okay, I'm going to move the potatoes a little bit to the side so that I can get at the rice. And here. Okay. This. Oh, listen to them going cuckoo out there. Always somebody trying to buy drugs outside. All right. This and you got fried rice. You should use chopsticks. All right. You know how to use chopsticks, right? Sean Hannity says he doesn't know how to use chopsticks. Like, dude, it's not hard. One finger moves, another finger doesn't. I think I have an instructional video on how to use chopsticks, I believe. But anyway. Mushroom, potato, beef, and rice. Mm. And hot pepper. Oh, she stuck out. Back down that one. I love ramen. I love ramen so much. I almost got a shirt showing a cat eating ramen, but actually I had my eye on, they have these kimonos, but I haven't seen them in a small enough size. But they're kimonos and they have cats on them. But I want it so that you could see the cat on the front and in the back. And it's not the full formal kind that you need to bind and stuff like the geishas do. It's more like the bathrobe kind of kimono. But I have an affinity for Japanese culture. But I love the Hindus in India also. I like different cultures for different things. But I don't necessarily like the modesty aspect of the dressing of some cultures. I like the shorter, sluttier, cute things. I like, as far as Japan goes, I like the Harajuku stuff. I like Gothic Lolita with the shorter hemlines. Mm. Too bad I don't have some sesame oil. You know what? Where's that image? Let's try it. Such tiny little bit black. I thought I set the MSG aside. No, where? Here it is. It's like there's a mouse on the table. I don't think so. I don't think they would get that close with all this stuff going on. I noticed they don't seem to be deterred by the fact that there's a cat in the house. You would think that that would make mice nervous. One thing I noticed with ramen, if you have it in a container that's too big, it retains the heat too much and the ramen keeps on cooking. And I prefer my ramen to be not too much softer than al dente. So, like, say you get the stuff that's actually in one of those cups, those styrofoam cups. If you take that same kind of ramen and you have it in a bigger container, it will often retain the heat. And the ramen noodles, if you don't eat them right away, they can get overcooked. When I lived in Phoenix and Tempe, Arizona, we used to go to Jack in the Boxes. It was easy to get in the bathroom, and the hot water was really hot. And if you had it empty, like a big gulp cup with a lid on it, you could put ramen noodles and hot water from the tap in there, put the lid on, and in a few minutes, your ramen would cook. But overcooked ramen where it's so cooked that it's slimy, I don't like that. I don't like overcooked pasta. And if the container is too big, I find that it's easy to overcook ramen, but it never overcooks if it's in the cup of soup size cup. So, did you see, you know, don't be surprised if you see mice running around in the background. I mean, I can't control that. They don't use toxic poisons when you got cats in the house. Plus, I don't think using poisons and things that cause pain to animals, I don't think that's right anyway. I don't use glue traps. That's torture. You know what? I think I should bring this back into my room because I'm getting an attitude from her. What I'm going to do is I'm going to pull this plug and I'm just going to move this in. First, I'm going to make sure that I don't spill anything that I don't want to spill. My mother was implying that she wanted to get in there and grab something to eat and everything. Uh, you know what? I would like to stick things right here if I had a. Here's what I'll do. All right. About this. All right. Fried rice with crushed ramen. Hmm. Is this fan going to be a problem? I'll be right back. Okay. All right. Oh, diatomaceous earth. I think that was recommended to deal with the flea problem. We had so many flea treatments in this house, and the cat, right now, his collar is a non toxic, really good smelling collar. It has like citronella in it. It smells real nummy. Mm. Getting hot in here. Oh, my mother thinks this is the funniest damn thing. These are men's, I guess, golfing shorts. But I saw them in a bigger person. But I looked at the color on the plaid, and I'm thinking, I got to have an excuse to do something with this. It's a shame I can't make it into a mini skirt or something. But it's like I'm thinking, look at the colors on this. Can't I play around with this? And I actually took it with me when I went out today because I did a bunch of filming and stuff. I'm thinking if I need a clothing change, maybe I'll throw this on, but I never ultimately did. I guess I lost my nerve because it's a really weird length. They're actually really long. They come down to, but I guess it's just the colors in the plaid. Yeah. But anyway, my mother just thought it was really, really weird. Oh, but you know what? This says Ralph Lauren. Lauren. I guess this is what some people wear when they go golfing like that. I think maybe I can get an invite to Mar-a-Lago with that. This is really hot. Um, I need to switch to uh short sleeves of some kind because this is just too damn hot. Um, I can put this fan on, but let me switch. Hi, Daddy. Come on. Uh, I'm looking for a short sleeve shirt that I could throw on. I'm just too hot wearing this. But I don't want to wear a crop top because that's not all. Oh, you know what? I better let my mother know I'm out of. Okay. I went in my mother's room and I told her that I was out of the kitchen, but I was still broadcasting. The way I see it, anybody who knows me knows that I have this channel and that doing this is part of my identity at this point. And so if your life is inconvenienced by the fact that I am a content creator, well, you're just going to have to accept this just because, you know, I, you always feel kind of under a little bit of pressure to make sure that you have things for people. If I don't want the pressure of having to film every day and go live every day, I have to batch record so that I can take a week or two off and not have pressure to put makeup on and have cute clothes on and find fun things to do and stuff. I could just like relax and not stress. But like when I was in New York and I made all those videos, it was really great because first of all, I had such a good time there. I love New York. It was exciting. It was fun. Even getting lost and stuff. I really had a good time there and stuff. When I came out here, I mean, when I came back, then all I had to do was post what I shot. And so there was it was nice. I didn't have any pressure. I could just post my videos that I already shot. But then after a while, I realized that my videos were starting to be a little old. People were talking to me as if, oh, you're still there. And people, when they saw me here in town, they thought that had been in New York for like a whole month. I said, no, I just did a whole lot of filming when I was there. I've been here, but I'm just, posting this old content. But now the videos that everybody is seeing now is much more current. Okay, I'm going to switch into the short sleeve. All right. Uh, all right. Now, now maybe I can finally enjoy some dinner. Potato and mushroom and beef fried rice with mirepoix. That's what I was thinking. Cutting it or sewing it into a skirt or something. Okay. I'm going to show you what these things look like. Don't laugh, but I guess I like the plaid. And these are big too.
You know what? I know where I can balance my computer on my fan. Don't fall down, that would really suck. Different. I don't know if they should be hemmed or if you could make a skirt of them, they have to be sewn together here. And I don't know. But my mother thinks they're terrible. She is a little bit uptight as far as not having enough imagination, I think. This is what I was saying about how I had a drawer just for coffee. This is the coffee thing, and this is the decaf thing. And what's up with this stuff here is these are just sometimes when I am planning outfits for upcoming videos, I hang things up I have push pins on the wall, and I just hang up hangers, and I have, like, I was planning a week's worth of outfits for some videos I was going to shoot, and then the weather's changing, and all of a sudden I realize I have all these tops that are basically for like 80-degree weather, and now there's some days when the high is only in the 60s, and especially if I was planning on wearing these things all out, so then I have to rethink what outfits I'm wearing, or sometimes I don't have a specific video in mind for something, but I know that I want a different color than the last video, so that when people are looking at thumbnails, before you watch a video, the thumbnail, the first picture, the video, it oftentimes is what causes a person to decide whether to watch the video or not. So I want to make sure that I'm wearing a different color from one video to another. I try to make something different so that it's not, I don't want to be like some people wear the same thing all the time, which not going to judge people on that, but I like to have different things. So if I wore leopard on one, maybe I wear blue on another, then I wear purple on another, then I wear orange on another, then I wear red. I just like to mix it up. So. Okay, I'll lease it. Are you going to fold that or not? Okay. I think that went over my head. But you know what? I'm going to sit down. I don't like to actually touch this part of the sleeping bag because when I sleep in it, the sleeping bag's down there, and I'm going to assume that this is where the cat germs start. And I have a thing about germs. So, I need a cup of tea. Hold that on.
in it.
See this? Since the time it's been on the burner, this has gotten stronger. Okay, I had to add some more water to the teapot. Oh, you see what I was going to do? I was going to put the lemon in the rice. That is fucked up. That's what I want. Get a sweetener. Mm. Forgot to put this in there. All right. Oh, oh, you know what? I never got the sweetener for the tea. Okay. Mm, try not to use the whole thing. Uh, Whenever I think I don't have any more sweetener, I have little bits, and I'll put this where the sweetener's on. Oh, this was they tried to throw it out. There's some fortune tellers. On the boardwalk, they have a whole lot of gypsies, different little storefronts they have. And there is a gypsy that lives real close to us. And they were trying to throw this out, and it weighs like absolutely nothing. And I love zebra stripes. I've loved zebra stripes for years, right? So I took this home, and I know that big art is probably not the smartest thing to accumulate because it's big and you got to have a place to put it. But I had to have it, you know. Just like the what I have here. These are uh, drawers for a little miniature chest of drawers. I just cramped mine. Anyway, these are zebra stripe. What I had intended to do with my white stand-up desk is I spray painted it white. I was going to zebra stripe it myself, but I never got around to doing that yet. And now a lot of the paint is worn off through friction
with my computer and stuff. I originally got that stand-up desk so that I would have a dedicated place to mount my computer so that I could stand there, do my turnaround thing, and I would have something to keep the computer. So, but anyway, I'm not going to bore you with watching me eat my dinner. So I think I'm going to finally call this a night. We are going on 4 hours, 18 minutes, and 52, 54, 55. Yeah, I do lots of, you've seen my zebra stripe makeup, I'm sure. That's all on video. I showed myself do that. I can zebra stripe anything, like a leopard spot, anything. And you know, to be continued. Okay, it is now 2:05 a.m. Eastern time, and I will do this more. Uh, and also, I'm probably going to stream when I do stuff with my hair too. Okay, because I'm going to be taking it out, and it's going to take a long time. And my birthday, I want to stream all the partying I'm planning on doing, and if we get the cheap room and stuff. But I love doing this, and daily uploads and all that crap. Unless I'm really in a shitty mood and stuff. But yes, I will do that. And if I can get into casinos, you know, because they have really good signals there, but you just can't get caught filming on the casino floor and stuff. And I've gotten in trouble with that because, you know, you can't violate people's right to privacy. And I understand that too. But I also know that every Tom, Dick, and Harry that wins a slot jackpot, they don't take selfies in front of their slot machine. And do people complain about it? No, they don't. Matter of fact, well, thank you, Buster. Be aware. You know, I'm real outspoken, and I talk about weed, and I talk about trunk, and I talk about my cats and stuff, and just I'm not PC, but thank you for watching me and stuff, and all. And I don't keep normal hours. I could be doing things in the wee hours. I could do things when I get up in the morning. I thought for a while there today, I thought it was actually Friday, and when I did earlier videos I was filming, I was talking as if it was Friday. And I was thinking that I was going to get up and do a Sunday morning live stream. But if this is Saturday night and it's already 2:07 a.m., I don't think I'm going to be doing an early morning live stream tomorrow. Even though there is a church that's going to be going on downstairs, and they are very disruptive. Oh, yeah. All right. Well, I will see you guys. Well, you'll see a video tomorrow, and I will live stream whenever I do. Anyway, you guys have a good night wherever you are. Be safe, all that. Don't do anything I wouldn't do. Don't take any wooden nickels, and don't eat the yellow snow. And smoke them if you got them. And I will talk to you tomorrow. Bye. All right.